Hello, hi, how we doing? Hope we're doing well. It seems like cricket is celebrating. Crazy work right there. Here's Krokok. Hi, Krokok. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Hi, Samex. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Yeah, we're gonna watch some videos. I don't know how long I'm going to do today because I am going to visit my brother later on because he had to go to the hospital, so, yeah, my bad. I was intending for longer, but we'll see. We'll see how much I can get done. But yeah, it sucks, but can't really change anything. So yeah, yeah, we're gonna get through the videos that I really wanted to watch still, and that's that. Unfortunately. Anyways, I have water here, so that's good. That's always good. Water's always nice. Full bottle this time around. Woohoo, Poke. So it would seem. You must do long. You know who is not with us anymore? Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it. The bro got yoinked out of existence. I need like 8 more videos for the entire week. So yeah, we're gonna try and get through 8 more videos. We'll see how much time is still left. But yeah, it sucks. That is what happens when you don't care about your own health and essentially eat yourself to death. Huh. Interesting. Do I have everything I need? I think I added your video, right? The video that you wanted to see. Unless I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. Yeah, the stalker one. That's definitely a movie about me. Stalker. Huh. Yeah, no, George Washington died. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I think I may love my country. I didn't feel it for so many years. Bro is euphoric. I think that's the word, euphoric. Isn't it? I think that's the word that has to be used here. Interesting. Bro is making happy cricket chirping. Happy cricket noises. No, Alexander the Great is dead. Horrible. Next Krokog is like, the Austrian painter's dead. No. Crazy. Anyways, I think we're just gonna jump in. I'm not even gonna yap a lot, right? It was a pretty normal standard Sunday. I really like really sat down and edited some stuff. I'm almost done with all the Blaze Black 2 stuff. That's gonna be enough for like at least even up to possibly May. Just saying, like it's that much. It's that much that I have to still like upload. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then a bunch of shorts, and I already edited all the reaction videos from yesterday, so been really locking in to get all this stuff done. I want to get as much out of March as I can. Trying hard here. You know? But yeah, I think we'll just jump in and have some fun today. So yeah. Yeah, easy. Okay. Close that. Gonna jump over here in a bit. And then we'll start with Krokork's video first. Easy. Yeah, I've been working more than ever. It's crazy. It has been quite crazy. Regardless, we've got some stuff to look at. So that's what we're gonna do. Johnny Small? Sad. I wish it was Johnny Somali. Anyways. Hi, Yippee. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Hi. I've been here for a while. No need to apologize. It's all good. It's all good. It is fine. Life is fine. Anyways, we're starting with this. Stalker 1979, the sci-fi masterpiece that deleted its director by Cinema Tyler. Hold up. Wait, what? Well, one just obliterated. Well, the last one that we looked at obliterated John Wayne, so it is what it is, I guess. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. School, you know, totally fine. School is more important. Focus on school. School is very important. Anyways, we'll go in. I got no. Maybe I've seen it. Maybe I've seen it. Maybe. However, I could be very, very wrong. Very wrong.
What you are looking at is legendary director Andrei Tarkovsky's response to one of the worst things that can happen to a filmmaker. While filming the most expensive shot of his movie, The Sacrifice, involving a man burning his house down in one long take, the camera jammed during the take and the house burned down, without being filmed.
Jammed.
Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, imagine. See, you put up this house so you could film it burning down. So it burns down, but you don't get to film it. So later on, you have to redo it. So you have to rebuild an entire house, put it there, and then burn it again. Yeah, that sucks. That would suck. Imagine doing that. Imagine putting in this much effort, and it's just getting fucking obliterated. Oh. Hi, tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Oh, well, that sucks balls.
They scraped together some money and rebuilt the house over 2 weeks to film it again, and this wonderful edit at the end is actually just the end of the take because they used up the entire reel on the one shot. Reportedly, the cinematographer had advised Tarkovsky to use more than one camera for the shot the first time around, but the director decided against it.
Oh, so that is interesting. So it was basically, at this point, you could argue self-inflicted. That sucks, but I got wait, 1500? I'm very confused. Elaborate.
I mean, at least he didn't choose to bring 0 cameras, although he might as well have. Now I bet you're thinking, that's some pretty bad luck right there. Well, that's nothing. 7 years before filming The Sacrifice, Tarkovsky sacrificed his sanity to make this movie, Stalker. Stalker had one of the most difficult productions in cinema history, and possibly even caused Tarkovsky's death. You don't have to have seen Stalker to watch this video, but it's possible that you already
Caused his death? Caused his death. So wait, huh? So is that Patrick Bateman behind me? That is Patrick Bateman based. Wait. Hold up. Wait a second. So look at that sand. I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. Interesting. I wonder how, because right, he died after the movie, like quite a bit after, so weird. I have a reaction video for reaction request for one video only. It's not copyrighted. It's safe to react to. Okay, just tell me the name. Just tell me the name. Interesting.
have. It's currently the #1 most streamed movie on the new Criterion Channel streaming service. So let's see why one crew member described the production of Stalker as a mirror of a hellish trip. This is Cinema Tyler Show. If you're unfamiliar with Andrei Tarkovsky, here is a mini bio. Andrei Tarkovsky was a Russian film director whose main work was between 19...
I have, in fact, also never heard of his name before, so that's very interesting to know. All right, noted tourist. That is very interesting to know. Okay. I've never heard of him. Ever. So yeah, the stuff... I might actually be familiar with the movie, though. I might be. The name sounds familiar, unless there's like some remake made, and I accidentally watched that one. What is it about? That's a good question. I have no idea.
1962 and 1986. His style was slow, methodical, and atmospheric, often involving really beautiful shots of nature. His father was a poet, and you could say that Andrei was a poetic filmmaker. He's most similar to directors like Ingmar Bergman or Robert Bresson, and you most likely have seen his influence even recently. Much like Christopher Nolan today, Tarkovsky's main interest in the art of filmmaking revolved around time. He thought of filmmaking as sculpting in time, and he is known for lingering on a shot for long periods for the purpose of, as Roger Ebert put it, absorbing you rather than entertaining you. My favorite movie of his is The Mirror, but I would start with Ivan's Childhood, about a child army scout during World War II, which is more traditional, or Solaris, about a space station orbiting a mysterious planet that creates perfect copies of people from your memory, which is his movie that seems to...
Ooh, that's a very interesting concept. Ooh, interesting. I had my name off them, remember? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I remember. Very interesting. I'm intrigued.
have caught on the most in the mainstream, and is a direct answer to the cleanliness of Stanley Kubrick's Future in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Tarkovsky was quoted saying, "Let's make our space station look like a broken down bus." And he hated 2001: A Space Odyssey, by the way. And he hated it in a motivating way. It's very likely that we got Solaris because of 2001. And, you know, it makes...
Interesting. Wow. But how do you hate something in a motivating way? I need context for this. Yeah, I'm meant with poke, and you are with EP. Yeah, usually. Hopefully, I don't know.
Sense. Kubrick is one side of the brain and Tarkovsky is the other. And there's a fascinating video showing the similarity in style and imagery between the two directors, which I'll put a link to down in the description. Out of the 7 features Tarkovsky directed, only Solaris and Stalker were really science fiction movies. And it's really interesting to see Tarkovsky apply his craft to science fiction. Personally, I would love to have seen a Tarkovsky horror movie or even like a screwball comedy or something. Apparently, he didn't consider himself a sci-fi fan, calling the genre full of comic book elements and vulgar commercialism. So I guess he wouldn't like some of these sci-fi movies coming out now, but I'm sure there are many he would like, and many that were influenced by him. That said, shortly before his death, he saw James
Cameron Terminator, of course. Also inspired by Terminator. That makes sense. Do the people in the audience even know how rewinding a video used to look like? Yes, I do know what it looks like. I do know because I still have VHS and all that stuff, right? And depending on what you have, it might take also a decent bit. See, because like I had one where you had to, so the current one we have, right? You have to like actually like go back, do it like normally. There's also on my old recorder, you also could just like press a button. It would not show the screen and just like rewind the entire thing. It was pain. It was pain back then, but it was worth it. I still have a lot of movies that I could watch that I don't watch, but I could watch. So yeah, it's crazy because a lot of his movies are free on YouTube, even though they aren't that old. Interesting, very interesting. Huh. I guess people don't call it... What is it called? VCR? I have no idea. As far as I'm aware, people call it VHS. Regardless.
Cameron's The Terminator and said, "As a vision of the future and the relation between man and his destiny, the film is pushing the frontier of cinema as an art." Stalker takes place after a mysterious object from space crashes into a fictitious country. Troops were sent in, but never returned. The government put walls up around this zone to keep people away from its strange effect on reality. Imagine if you can, a forbidden zone of unimaginable mystery and one unauthorized guide to the zone known as a stalker, hired to sneak a writer and professor into the heart of the zone's magic, a room that grants the deepest desires of anyone who enters it. And it stars Natalie Portman. Just kidding. The film was based on a novella named Roadside Picnic.
Yeah, that'd be a bit early for that lady. VCR video cassette recorder. People call it that as well. I'm pretty sure. You're old, Poke. I know I'm old. Also, hi, anime fan. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello, VHS video home system. Yep. That's what they call. That's what the name I'm familiar with.
By the Strugatsky brothers. And the film is extremely slow moving, but that's the point. It envelops you. You feel like you're there instead of watching the story happen to other people. I almost feel like some of these really long takes allow your mind to wander as if you were the character. You're intrigued.
Isn't it insane? Isn't it insane? Like, isn't it insane? Now that I think about it, right? You could just, now it's illegal, but back then you could just literally record an entire movie running on television on a fucking cassette. It's crazy. You remember what happened if you press long pause on the dial? I don't remember. Mainly because, see, there's a painful reality. I feel like about most of the time we just lost the remote. We lost the remote, so everything we need to do with the cassette, we literally like need to do on the recorder itself. Some might call it a skill issue. I call it stupidity. I am a victim of that stupidity.
By the nature of the zone and what will happen next, but you're given space to contemplate the concept as the character would without being told what to think at any given moment. And the movie seamlessly transitions into these contemplative segments. Tarkovsky hired Georgi Rurberg as cinematographer. Rurberg had shot Tarkovsky's previous film, The Mirror, in 1975. They wanted to use the expressive texture of the abandoned power plants in Estonia and Tallinn, which, as strangely beautiful as it was, caused lots of logistical problems. The crew often had to work in some very uncomfortable situations for hours on end, but we'll get more into that later. One of the earlier issues involved Tarkovsky's wife Larissa, who demanded to play the role of the stalker's wife in the film. She was very difficult on the set, earning the nickname the Empress. Rurberg asked
Classic woman moment. Yeah, the Empress. Well, the threat, the Empress. Interesting. Very interesting. Recording's okay, I think. I think that's probably as well illegal. I have to look at the legality of this. You kill him, you killed the Russians. That is not my fault. I didn't do that. It turned to automatic play that pauses every second. Look like frame by frame. Interesting. Well, maybe they had that feature, but I'm not unsure because I never tried that.
Tarkovsky if he wanted Larissa or the actual actress, which was apparently enough to get Tarkovsky to come to his senses and hire Alyssa. Larissa, his wife, was pissed, and she hated Rurberg. The real problems would begin once they got the footage back. The footage had been brought to a lab in Moscow to be developed, but when it was done, they noticed that the image looked dark and greenish. Now, I'm not sure why they were just starting to see the footage after several months of shooting, but nevertheless, the film was ruined. Months and months of extremely stressful, hectic work was destroyed. I mean, can you imagine looking back on all of the issues on the set and the problems and realizing that you might as well have not have even had film in the camera at all? The problem was twofold: a mistake in the development along with a defective batch of film. Here are some stills from the ruined film so you can see what it looked like. They had been shooting on a film stock that was, at the time, experimental. Kodak 5247, actually one of the more famous film stocks. And the Soviet film labs were not yet experienced in how to develop it. Alien.
Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, that makes kind of sense, though. That means the original, like basically the original filming just, like, got absolutely cooked. Well, that's painful. Yeah, it's painful. Like I said, imagine redoing this.
The Shining, Star Wars, Blade Runner, and a ton of other classics were shot on that film stock. What happened next, as you can imagine, was a nightmare of determining who was to blame and the decision about whether or not to go on. They fired the second cameraman, who was apparently, quote, responsible for exposure, but it probably wasn't his fault. The next to go was the production designer, and so on down the line. Tarkovsky had already been having problems with the cinematographer, Rurberg, before the film stock was even ruined. Rurberg had said that he was trying to make his own film simultaneously. He even said that when he worked on The Mirror with Tarkovsky, which was Tarkovsky's autobiography, that, quote, Andre made a film about himself and I about myself. Luckily, it was the same film. That's kind of messed up, right? I mean, isn't that like hiring...
So, we got a mole, basically. Somebody who... What was bro's goal, exactly? So, like, you had another cook cooking on that movie, basically. Somebody who tinkered with the movie, if you will.
A stalker to take you into the zone, but instead he just takes you over to his house so he can show you his Blu-ray collection. And you're like, what's so magical about this place? He's like, oh man, you just have to believe. You just have to believe, man. Rorberg was born into a highly intellectual family in 1937 during the height of Stalin's repression of poets and artists who were often arrested for their work. The thing you must realize is that
Did bro just yoink his beard? Stalin without the beard looks cursed. Stop. Stop. He then doesn't look like Mario anymore. Russian Mario.
Stalker is about an artist, a writer, who lives under a repressive government. Of course Rorberg is going to want to tell the story. His parents probably drilled into his mind the importance of authority in your artistic voice. So Tarkovsky and Rorberg would often butt heads on the set. And one time, Tarkovsky asked Rorberg to do an effect that he saw in an Ingmar Bergman movie, and they even had a special studio made to get the effect, but Rorberg couldn't do it the way that Tarkovsky wanted, and Tarkovsky just flipped out on him. Man, I wish I knew what the effect was. If you have any idea, let me know in the comments. So when he found out that the film stock was ruined, Tarkovsky immediately fired Rorberg.
Hasta la vista, baby.
This was a whole thing, and there was even a documentary made in 2009 detailing.
Wait, there was a literal documentary made detailing the fact that he basically fired the dude. Wait, that's funny. Wow, we've got to see a documentary on a guy getting fired.
Rorberg's side called Rorberg and Tarkovsky, the reverse side of Stalker. In 1993, Tarkovsky's diaries were published, and not only did he write that Rorberg was a terrible cinematographer, but that he sucked as a person too. But this disdain might not have been as intense as it seemed. Apparently, Tarkovsky would often dictate his diary for various people to write down, including his wife, who, you'll remember, hated Rorberg's guts. According to his diaries, the 70s were particularly tough for Tarkovsky. At one point, he considered quitting the cinema entirely and directing theater productions. I mean, there can't be a problem with the film if there's no camera, right? And Stalker was actually the climax of Tarkovsky's decade of anguish. His film Andrei Rublev from 1966 had been denied a domestic release, and the script he wanted to do for his next movie was denied because it was too personal. And this would later become The Mirror. The studio was ready to pull the plug on Stalker. They were losing money, but instead of scrapping the production entirely, they decided to let Tarkovsky try again. Tarkovsky had originally proposed a two-part film, and they used the leftover money to reshoot, but they only had enough money to shoot one of the two parts. With Rorberg gone, Tarkovsky had to find a new DP to shoot his film. He hired Leon.
Okay, so it was supposed to be a two-parter. Does that mean that we could have gotten the sequel if the first one just absolutely didn't, if there was no fuck-up? The movie looks super modern from 1979. I'd like to see more shots. Too bad we're not seeing that many shots.
Kalashnikov, and the following autumn they reshot for months at an abandoned hydroelectric power station in Estonia because the original location they wanted had an earthquake. Tarkovsky saw what he had shot and it sucked. It had no magic.
That is, again, crazy. It's like everything that could go wrong is going wrong. That's really depressing. Again, he filmed it went to shit, he filmed it again, it went to shit again. That is depressing.
Tarkovsky was like, this is bullshit, man. This isn't the way I wanted it. Damn it. So yeah, he fired Leonid. So Tarkovsky decided to shoot Stalker for a third time, and this time with a new cinematographer named Alexander. Tarkovsky changed the script around, and apparently the version that was shot by Alexander is very different from what they shot a year earlier. The version shot by Alexander is the one that we've seen. This final version of the film was shot using a KSN camera, which is the Soviet version of the Mitchell NC. Nearly every shot in the zone that isn't a close-up was shot using a Cook-Varotul 20 to 100mm T 3.1 zoom lens. This lens was, quote, as big as an artillery shell and cost the same as a passenger car. The first shot of the new production was the one where the handcar finally stops in the zone. The production designer Rashid Safulin said that the shots leading up to the men's entry into the zone required a large fence with barbed wire, but the production didn't give him any materials the second time around. Although, when they were ready to shoot, he saw that the fence had been set up. Could it be the zone? But really, he was implying that there was something going on in the background, whether that be stealing, finding, swapping, or, buying the material somehow. Another shot affected by the diminished budget was the shot of the tanks lurking in the mist. In an interview, Safulin said, "The first year we had 7 or 8 tanks and 5 armored troop carriers. It was all brought from Moscow and placed around. The next year, there was no money. The limit was 3 tanks and 2 armored troop carriers. Alright, we took it." Andre said, "Can you draw us?"
Well, you can either have, like, the problem's like, right? What do you do here? Do you keep, like, none at all? Do you take the few that you have? In this case, the few was the choice. It looks interesting. Also, the quality isn't bad, even though they ran out of the budget, it appears. But still, not bad at all.
Sketch of it? I worked for 2 or 3 days drawing the storyboard, because he needed a full-blooded picture, didn't he? With him, there had to be not a single unmotivated flower in the frame, let alone the tanks. We needed an illusion. A great number of tanks being there like something had happened to them. Like they had melted or gone to pieces, people in there disappearing somewhere. The whole scene had to breathe drama. He had 2, 3 scattered points in his mind. I knew the situation and I said, I'll do this. But they brought the tanks and gave us 1.5 hours instead of the 2 or 3 days that we really needed so they could be seen from several angles. And they had to be placed at the very entrance. But a tank passing the marshland destroys it for 5 to 10 years. And there had to be no trace that they had just been brought there. We needed an illusion they had been there for 20 years, overgrown with moss. So it was a predicament. That said, Safulin noted that as much as Stalker was altered over the course of its productions, not a single alteration was accidental. It was a result of complex creative work. Apparently, the alterations were so frequent that they were doing them even way back during the first version with Rurberg. They would change something in the script and end up having to reshoot the entire scene. Tarkovsky is so good at making the setting look stunning that you don't realize how miserable it was to actually be there. One scene had the crew standing for hours, quote, up to their knees in stinking puddles of oil while effluent discharge upriver.
But I guess whoever wants to make movies must suffer. Yeah, that would be kind of stinky. Where whatever place they filmed in looks beautiful. That is true, though. That is true.
From a paper processing plant enveloped the set in a fetid miasma. This went for months on end. In fact, one of the only 2 shots from the original version of the film that made it into the final cut involved a river covered in reddish foam. This was, quote, the waste of pulp and paper that was dumped into the river from an industrial complex. The other shot from the first version was the one where the camera floats over the mirror. The main part of the movie where the 3 men journey through the zone was shot at 2 hydropower plants on the Yagala River near Tallinn, Estonia, as well as in Mardu next to the Iro power plant. And some of the scenes before the scenes in the zone were shot at an old fluorochemical factory in the center of Tallinn next to the old Rotterdam salt storage and the electric plant. So you can probably tell where this is headed. Many of the crew members would later pass away from illnesses likely related to their time working near hazardous chemicals and radiation.
Oh, wait, no, we got another one? We've got another one with movie with a body count because of radiation and chemicals. Probably more so chemicals than radiation. So that is probably what killed the director. That's interesting. So we got another one here. Huh. Interesting. Wow. Right? We had them with the Conqueror, and now we have this one.
3 of these deaths would be Anatoly Solzhenitsyn, the fantastic actor who played the writer. Definitely make sure to check him out in Andrei Rublev and The Ascent. Tarkovsky's wife, and Tarkovsky himself. Tarkovsky was only 54 when he died. He could be alive right now. He'd be around 87 years old. Just think of all the masterpieces that we missed out on. The sound designer Vladimir Sharun is convinced that it was the chemicals that they were working around that killed them. He said that this shot here of what looks like snow falling in the summer and white foam floating down the river was in fact some horrible poison, and many of the female crew members got allergic reactions on their faces from it. This kind of makes the film feel similar to that picture of the core leaking out after the Chernobyl disaster. You know, you shouldn't be able to...
Yeah, the elephant's foot getting too close is literally life-ending. Even with protective stuff, it is almost still life-ending. Isn't that crazy? It is insane, and it's still growing. It's still big. It's really hot as well still. Insane.
See this and survive, and yet you're looking at it right now. And this picture was taken a decade after the disaster when the radiation had died down to 1/10 of what it had been. In fact, the Chernobyl disaster involving a catastrophic explosion at the power plant made the surrounding area uninhabitable, and the area was referred to as the zone of alienation. And some of the people who made trips into the zone to care for the Chernobyl power plant called themselves stalkers. So what happened to the first version of Stalker? I mean, it was a little greenish, right? We might actually be able to use color correction software to fix that. Well, sadly, the film was destroyed in a fire in 1988.
No, again. Oh, really? Every single time. Stop. Why? Every single time. I'm pretty sure Andrei Tarkovsky knew that it was bad being there, and not how deadly it was. But not how deadly it was. Possibly. There's a good chance, yeah. Why are they always getting destroyed? That's so annoying.
And the people who had seen the first version said that even though it was damaged, it was still extraordinarily beautiful. Rohrberg may have also been one of the victims of Stalker's hazardous chemicals, having died at only 61 years old. Nearly all of the dreams Tarkovsky wrote in his diary between 1974 and 1977 involved being in prison, and one dream even had Tarkovsky escape from prison only to want to go back. Tarkovsky wrote, "At last, to my joy, I saw the entrance to the prison, which I recognized by the bas-relief emblem of the USSR. I was worried about how I was going to be received, but that was nothing compared to the horror of being out of prison." In an essay by Mark Le Fanu for Criterion, he argues that Stalker is a fantasy wish to leave Russia, but knowing that it would be either impossible or wrong to. In 1970,
Interesting. Huh. Very interesting. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see the first version. That would have been interesting. And like compare how different they are, but again, fires. Stop destroying my movies, Poke. I am not destroying the movies, buddy. Can you react to JV's re-upload, the horniest company of all time? Yes, I can do that as well, London. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Yes, I can do that as well.
1976, Tarkovsky had bought a new house about 200 miles southeast of Moscow. But in 1979, shortly after Stalker, Tarkovsky started traveling to Italy, ultimately deciding in 1982 never to return to Russia. Over the three versions of Stalker, 16,000 feet of film was shot, and yet some who have seen both the first version and the version we've seen claim that the two versions are almost identical. So who knows what's going on? I mean, they're identical, they're extremely different. I don't know, maybe the first one and the third one are similar and the second one was different. Who knows? But I'll leave you with a quote from an interview with Tarkovsky that I think really...
Interesting. Okay, so we had basically we had three versions, right? We had three versions. We had the first one that was burned. We had the second one that God knows what happened to. And then we have the third one that we actually got. And yet again, the first and the third one are either identical, or the second one is completely different, or like the third and the first one are completely different. Who knows? But then again, it was said that they even made changes during the first one, so here comes the question. What's actually going on? Anyways, let's listen to the quote.
Sums up this story. He said, "To make a film you need money. To write a poem, all you need is pen and paper. This puts cinema at a disadvantage. But I think cinema is invincible, and I bow down to all the directors who try to realize their own films, despite everything." Thank you, Andre.
All right, that's that. Interesting story to this movie. Wow. Very interesting. From what I can tell, I've not watched this one. It might have been that I actually accidentally watched it, but the name is very, I'm familiar at least with the name. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I should probably watch this, honestly, at this point. If it's that supposedly that good, I should watch it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Hi, Chris Claudio. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. It's over. Landon, it's over. Let me add the video. Then we can watch it. Why not? Right away. Let's see. Javia's. Let's see. Let's see. Let me find it real quick, then we can do that as well. I wonder. Let me see if I can find it. Just typing it into YouTube doesn't actually result in finding it. Which obviously sucks. Will you react to the video I sent yesterday later sometime? Yeah, sure. Absolutely, why not? Yeah. Because usually... That's the greatest subreddits. Motherfucker, I literally cannot find it. Google it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for it. Let me see. Again. I literally cannot find it. Huh. Oh, wow. Well, he doesn't have it anymore, but there is a re-upload of that. For whatever reason. But if it's a re-upload and it got taken down, why would I watch it? If it's a it's a small re-upload. Why would I watch it? If I get castrated, that'd be bad. Rethinking this. You do the Johnny video? Yeah, I already did it. That'd be bad. That'd be like risky. Re-upload. Yeah, I've seen it, but like, if it's been re-uploaded and you receive penalty for that, would I not receive penalty for that as well? That's like the question. That's why I don't react to stuff that has been re-uploaded randomly. Or, yeah, I'm not gonna risk that. I'm not gonna risk that. Sorry. I will not risk that. Because, like, I did this with a Please David video. And they wanted to fuck me. I'm not doing that again. Yeah, that's a bad idea. I'm not doing that. Sorry. If it was, like, actually on his channel, that'd be fine. But, like, is it re-upload? That's not a good idea. That's genuinely not a good idea. That is genuinely not a good idea. I would not want to do that. Epstein files are too crazy. Well, we know, dear. We know. Anyways, what else did I want to look at? What? Huh? That's just too risky to watch something that has been re-uploaded by another channel that the original owner got punished for. That's just not a good idea. That might be something I am regretting. I don't want that. Anyways, okay. What I'm gonna watch next. Let's see. Let's do, I don't want to do something that's... Let's do this one. You know what? Let's do this one.
Money.
It's on the thumbnail. Why not? It's on the thumbnail. Why not? The Lost the Touch Places on the Planet by Map Pack. Yeah, I've already added it, but like... It's crazy they are real. Sacrificing babies. Yeah, it just sucks that we, unfortunately, don't have 100% proof. That's the problem. I love to have some actual proof. Yeah, we can do that as well. Hopefully I don't get castrated if I watch this. Sure, then let's do this
Human
one.
being.
Last time you said it wasn't copyrighted, it still got fucked. I'm probably having my YouTube open on the... Is this a DSP video? No. Probably. Who's there? Probably he's there. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I should probably have my own stream open on the side. Should I get castrated again? It's like an interesting video. Could be worth watching during a Sunday. You didn't just say that. You can't call the files fake. No, we just literally have no 100% guaranteed proof. That's the problem. I'd love to have some guaranteed proof so we can blow them up. Unfortunately, we have nothing. Because the bad side of the thing is, since they're just text with missing guaranteed proof, you can't jail people. It's that biggest e-beggar. Who knows? Maybe DSP is on there. We're gonna watch that after that one. So yeah, let's do this one. If I get castrated, I know who I'm blaming. I know who I'm blaming. I know who. Anyways. The Lost Untouched Places on the Planet by Map Pack. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. We just gotta look at this. I got no idea. I know probably Point Nemo is probably in there as usual. Probably, who knows? Sentinel Island is probably on there as well. Hi, Sentinelians. You probably don't have internet. You're cooked. The official thoughts. What other proofs do you need? I need literal pictures, videos, everything. Because again, you can't jail them. You can't jail them because the lack of evidence. That's the problem. The lack of 100% guaranteed evidence. Otherwise, something would have happened. Fun fact. Today, I saw literal CP being posted on Twitter. I'm not kidding. Literal CP. Literal. Crazy. 4x4 or 5x5 collage of literal CP. It is crazy. It is horrendous. That could have just been posted. And somebody's reply, it was crazy. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. They are there. They're not there. And the problem is there's also yellow highlighted texts that have no confirmation. I hate those CP bots. I see them on YouTube too. That wasn't a bot. That was literal children. It has burned into my mind. I've reported an account. The account is gone, thankfully. But oh my god. Anyways, let's go with this.
Human beings are amazing. Drop them anywhere. Desert, glacier, side of an active volcano, they'll immediately build some houses. Quickly followed by a neighborhood watch. Today, I'm venturing to the edges of civilization.
Let's also not forget that you can literally fit all of humanity into Texas. Interesting. Like all of it. Every single one. It's crazy.
The loneliest dots on Earth's resume. Some are barely survivable, some take weeks to reach, and some were built with one clear purpose: keep the rest of us very, very far away. Starting with number 20, Tristan da Cunha. Great name, terrible place to get to. This
isn't this just a volcano area? Wouldn't you just get fucking cooked, literally? Possibly, perhaps. I'm assuming. That is interesting. Yeah, at least that's what I'm assuming. Like, you can't live there because of volcanic activity. Alright, gotta go, but it was fun watching. Bye, guys. Take care, yippee. Bye-bye. The fake scam comments. I continue seeing that claim they are Muslim women from Yemen. They're in the times of difficult. Yeah, those as well. There's also, they also exist on, like, TikTok and stuff. There are thousands of videos and pictures, but none of them depict harm. That's the problem. That's the only reason they cannot jail them, because none of them depict harm. That's the literal problem. That's why we can't get Prince Andrew's ass. That's the issue. I still hope that they can get some of these people, but I don't think any of these people will be jailed.
tiny volcanic speck sits dead center in the South Atlantic, basically the ocean's version of Don't bother. No airport, no regular ferry. If you want to visit, you'll need to hitch a ride on a cargo ship from Cape Town. Assuming it's not canceled, which it probably is. If the sun's shining, you're looking at a 5 to 7 day trip, like a cruise.
But why would you do that? Why would you go 5 to 7 days to reach a place there's no point to going to? Okay, buddy, this is off limits. You're calling the millions of babies and people's trauma fake. You gotta keep something to yourself at times. See, this is a classic example of being retarded. This is a classic example of being so retarded that it appears that all your brain cells are just crashing into each other. I didn't say that. I said that we have no proof of jailing them. But of course, the rare deer also seems to have a rare small brain. Get on my stream, Anyways.
If cruises came with sickness and cargo crates and a 0 chance of a buffet, better get approval from the island council first. No paperwork, no island paradise. So who lives here? British people. Well, British people's descendants, with a dash of other Atlantic Islanders thrown in. Back in the 1810s, Britain sent a garrison here to stop Napoleon from escaping nearby St. Helena. By nearby, they meant 1,500 miles away.
Yeah, that's just right around the neighborhood. That's right around the neighborhood. Epstein was in jail, but everyone else who wasn't involved wasn't in jail. Do you see any people getting jailed right now? Do we have literal pictures of them eating babies and their feces as it was claimed? Do we have that? No, we don't. We need literal proof so we can jail them, because otherwise you can't jail them on a legal basis. Again, it's the rare retard at work right now. He got arrested 7 years ago over sex offender allegations from his victims. And that's the worst case scenario. Most people you can't possibly jail because the problem is that their sentence might have already run out, depending on who was it and where it happened. Because law is so different. For example, there was apparently some Australians involved too, right? How do they handle this? There were also some Germans involved. Depending on how fucked up it is, you have literal people like actually owning CP who run around because they got 2 years of probation instead of jail time. So even then, you won't get them in jail because these people don't care, because the law system is that fucked up. Do you think the police will jail Donald Trump? The problem is also we need literal proof. That's the problem. What's this map? The destination. So, over here, apparently, we have Napoleon, and over here, we have, like, a volcanic island. That's what it is.
That's like guarding a prisoner in New York from Dallas. One day, the soldiers looked around and realized something. Too many dudes, not enough wives. So they sent a
Well, you can always share. They call it sharing is caring. They call it sharing is caring. Share them wives. So, are you telling me they left because there were too many dudes on this island, not enough chicks? That can't be the reason. It must be due to volcanic activity.
polite request to St. Helena for women. And just like that, you got a settlement.
So you are telling me that they basically ordered women from St. Helena? Is that weird? Women Amazon. Not enough wives? What? Yeah, well, not enough wives. Order some from St. Helena. we don't have enough bitches here. Come over. That's crazy.
Today, about 240 people live here. 7 family names, 1 village. They've got a health center, a supermarket, a school, and a post office. A dentist drops by once a year, so Yeah, you better floss. In 1961, the volcano decided to go boom. So the whole island
Well, the British aren't necessarily known for their good teeth. So, oh well. Oh well.
packed up and moved to England, and they hated it every second. When the island was declared safe, they went home. Turns out a smoking volcano beats British weather. From a lonely volcano in the South Atlantic to a frozen military outpost that makes Antarctica look cozy. Number 19. In Canada's frozen north lies Alert, probably named because you'd have to be alert to survive.
Alert. accurate name. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Mappack used human videos when explaining geography. It's exactly why I'm subscribed to him. I've learned geography more from him than from actual geography sources online. Also watch Geography Now. He also explains geography in a good and fun way. I wish teachers would do that too, but they don't.
There. It's the northernmost permanently inhabited place on Earth, sitting at a frosty 82 degrees north, practically neighbors with the North Pole. But it's not really a town. Alert is a military signals intelligence base. That's the non-classified way of saying it listens in on other countries while pretending to check the weather. Odds are, it's starred in at least 3 conspiracy videos, all in 240p. Population? Between 65 and 110 people. Most stay for 3 to 6 months, long enough to question their life choices. Getting there? It's not easy. Alert technically has an airport, but no regular flights. Planes.
So, like, why even go there? What exactly is the point of going there? This sounds more than anything just like a type of, maybe a type of research base. But like, why would you go there? Why? What's the point of going there?
Only show up when the military needs them. So unless you're Canadian Armed Forces on official business or incredibly lost, you're not getting in. But there are
Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, it is some military base. Okay, Freedom maybe. The research station. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now it makes sense. Otherwise, like, why the fuck do you go there? Face the world outside of the normal human grasp. Yeah. Yeah, there are no permanent inhabitants there. Yeah. Taste the world outside of the normal human grasp, and your choice is essentially ice hell.
are other places you don't need Defense Department permission to visit, just a permit and some good hiking endurance. We've gone cold, now let's try the kind of isolation where the sun wants you dead. Number 18. Supai Village, Arizona is the only town in the US where the mail still arrives by mule. Not metaphorically.
I see no problem. Why not? The mule mail. Eminem. So you mean you believe the files are real? You just think they don't have enough evidence to arrest the ones in the files? Correct to a degree. It's obviously also power. Obviously. It's also that probably a good portion of those are in fact dead, right? Like Stephen Hawking. Wrote more bitches than I did, which is crazy. While being a wheelchair racer. It's all, yeah. And it's also probably, as well, again, we can't verify a lot of the stuff. And there's also another reason the public isn't pushing for enough investigation. I can tell you, nothing comes out of this because nobody's pushing hard enough to find out. If you can't even find out enough. But the main problem is probably legal evidence and money.
Actual mules. About 200 people live there, more than 95% of them Native American. The village sits at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, inside the Havasupai Indian Reservation. A road could have been built. The tribe said no, and after everything outside contact has meant for them, that's understandable. To reach Supai, you've got 3 options. Hike, ride a mule, or charter a helicopter. The last one's the fastest, and the most obnoxious. Most people hike. The way down feels easy, the way back up feels like regret. It's about 8 miles in, 4 to 6 hours each way. If your last workout was high school gym class, plan extra time. Or a rescue team. Skip summer. It hits 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and a hike to Supai can quickly turn into a survival documentary. So why go? Well, because it's gorgeous, and because Instagram said so. Supai leads to
It can't be that beautiful to just warrant 4 to 6 hours, possibly longer, more like 8 hours if you're unfit to go there. I'm gonna say it the way it is. Nothing on this good earth would make me do this. Nothing. Nothing. In that heat, going down there, that's a question. That is a question that I'm asking. That is a question. That's interesting. Ugh. Ugh. Horrible. Wait, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't. Somebody even more powerful took him out. He didn't. My theory is somebody even more powerful took him out. Before he could talk. That's all there is to it.
Havasupai Falls, that turquoise-blue ribbon spilling between Red Canyon walls, one of North America's most breathtaking sights, perfect for a face-tuned selfie. From hiking through scorching heat to gasping for air at 16,000 feet, humanity really doesn't know when to stop. Number 17. La Rinconada, Peru, is the highest permanent settlement on Earth, 16,700 feet above sea level. That's just 900 feet below Everest's South Base Camp. Except here, people actually live here all year round, voluntarily. Officially, about 7,000 people call it home. Unofficially, it's more like 30,000 to 50,000.
Why, though? Why, though? That's very interesting. I wouldn't want to live that high up. I already hate at times living where I live. So, not particularly great. Not particularly great. Even higher up, horrible.
Which is wild. Living long-term above about 16,400 feet isn't good for you. La Rinconada is one of the few places on Earth where people actually do it, on purpose. Even the mountain goats are looking at them like, bruh. The town sits in a tundra wasteland. Temperatures hover around 34 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen
1 degrees. Oxygen struggles, though I think possibly aren't the people eventually adjusted to this? As they always are? Because I don't think they're probably there for quite some time too. Unless, like, I don't know.
at half sea level levels, but the altitude isn't the real danger. The town's lawless. High murder rates, trafficking, and barely a cop in sight. There's no running water, no sewage, mercury in the air, and food only when the roads allow it. So why stay? Gold. People work 30 days unpaid. Then, for 1 day, they get to keep whatever they find. It's not a livelihood. It's Russian roulette with a pickaxe. Despite everything, tens of thousands still live and work in La Rinconada. Nature's been dropping hints, but they're just not listening. Let's go from altitude sickness to frost.
How is that worth it, though? How is that worth it? How is that worth it? So, like, you just stay there, you hope you get some gold, and what if you don't find anything? At that point, you gotta leave. Like, how you gonna, like, especially throughout, like, for like 30 days, how are you gonna survive without being able to purchase anything? Huh.
By progress. Number 16. Greenland, a place whose name is straight up gaslighting you. Over 40,000 people live on this massive block of ice pretending to be land. And on the east side, Itacotamit, the remote part of an already
You got that name has to be rage bait. That name has to be rage bait. Why? This looks like thing where you like slam your like head on the keyboard and that's like something that comes out. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Remote island. Population 345, plus several polar bears, foxes, and walruses, the kind of neighbors that make homeowner association disputes.
Great, so I can throw hands with ice bears. Wonderful. Absolute cinema. It could not be greater. Who named that place? Sounds like brain rot of the old days. What the fuck?
It's very short, and thanks to climate change, the polar bears move in a little closer every year. To get here, you'll need a helicopter. In summer, a boat might work, assuming it's not cosplaying as the Titanic. The town was founded in the 1920s. By accident. In 1925, Danish explorer Einar Mikkelsen and his 80-person Inuit crew got stranded here. Their ship ran into technical difficulties, which means ice. But they found good hunting, so they stayed. Nothing says new home like, well, we're stuck here anyway. Cargo ships stop by once a year, and that's it. The rest of the time, locals rely on hunting seals, narwhals.
In other words, it's just like, yo, we're gonna stay here because we can't leave, and also meat. We can eat seals. Do not eat the seals though. They're cute.
And polar bears. It's like going to Costco with a harpoon. After centuries of adaptation, the Inuit here are basically built different, but even they can't outmuscle climate change. The ice is melting. Every hunt now is a bet between dinner and a frozen grave. So far, we've sailed a week to reach a volcano, frozen our lungs in the Arctic, and hiked a canyon for waterfall selfies. Humanity remains undefeated in poor location choices. Ready to continue this isolation tour? Number 15. The Pitcairn Islands are one of the least populated places on Earth, and the last British territory in the Pacific. The nearest continent, nearly 3,100 miles away. The population...
Bro, that's just like, you live in the middle of nowhere. You live in the middle of nowhere. There is nothing there. There's like nothing there. 50 people, I'm assuming once again a research station, because I cannot imagine why you would live there specifically. But then again, you probably have a chill time. Like if somewhere like a war breaks out, like a atomic war, you're just like chilling your life there. Like nothing, you're not gonna be hit by anything.
50 people, all descendants of the HMS Bounty mutineers. Back in 1789, they hijacked the ship, set the Loyalists adrift, swung by Tahiti for partners, and vanished to the Pitcairn, the 18th century version of New Phone. Who dis? The island's barely 2 miles long.
Question. There's some Alabama going on, right? Question. Of the people that live there are indigenous to the island. That there's probably going on some Sweet Home Alabama, isn't there? Must be.
And 1 mile wide. That's less than half the size of Heathrow Airport. And it's full of cliffs. One wrong step, and you're suddenly a former resident. How did these people survive? Well, they kind of didn't. At first, Pitcairn was basically Lord of the Flies midlife crisis edition. The men started killing each other until just one was left. Plus some women and kids wondering what they'd gotten into. Things calmed down after the whole murder thing. A few new arrivals showed up, either by choice or by shipwreck. Turns out everyone in the 1800s had pretty terrible navigation. They survived through fishing, farming, and sheer stubbornness. Today, the island...
You're essentially telling me a single dude just like was left and then started... That's a place to start a cult, definitely, most certainly. Have you seen some of the Champions characters? I saw some people drooling over that one lady that looked like a farmer. Yeah, that's about it. Not gonna lie, it must be so peaceful there. You wish you could just take that back right now, because initially it wasn't. Away from all of the big things happening. Probably, yeah. But it also must be, you gotta put in some work to survive, though.
Its economy runs on global curiosity. You can buy Pitcairn honey or jewelry online. Expect it to arrive within 20 to 1,000 business days. Still better than the USPS. If you thought living with 50 inbred mutineers was bad, imagine sharing an island with one really bitter French guy. Number 14. After Napoleon set half of Europe on fire, the British exiled him to St. Helena, far enough away that even he couldn't start a comeback tour. A smart move. St. Helena is basically a speck floating in the South Atlantic. It's 1,200 miles from Angola and 2,500 miles from Rio de Janeiro. About 4,500 people live on this 10 by 5 mile rock. That's small enough to make cabin fever a group activity. Its isolation meant unique species lived there, like the cabbage tree and the wirebird, until the British...
The wirebird and the cabbage tree. Huh, interesting. Champions will have 30 Pokemon storage for free, 80 with subscriptions. Subscription. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Great. Awesome. That's crazy. That's great. Okay. Interesting. Napoleon is a colonialist with which France bought off of Timu. Well, he did log in for the wars, though.
Arrived with cows, goats, and dogs, and turned biodiversity into lunch. Speaking of isolation, if you like these geography deep dives, hit subscribe, because I've officially replaced human contact with contour lines. Anyway, today's saints trace back to British settlers and freed West African slaves. Some were liberated on the island. The others, they were rescued when St. Helena became the mid-Atlantic pit stop for intercepted slave ships. An airport opened in 2017. Flights from South Africa, once a week. Plan carefully, though, and don't get hurt. The ER runs on island time. Still, St. Helena looks like a resort compared to what's next. It's a place so remote, even penguins file HR complaints. Number 13. The Kerguelen Islands. Nickname? Desolation Island. Population 45 to 100.
Assuming, once again, research station, because why would you want to live on there? Like, what is there? I mean, like, St. Helena made sense, right? There's also a decent population, but here, also, this looks like really annoying. That must be, this is like 7.8 out of 10, too much water.
Depending. Chances of recreating The Shining? 100%. The Kerguelen Islands belong to the French Southern and Antarctic Islands. The name tells you everything. Less tropical paradise kinda island, more of a die of exposure kinda island. Glaciers over 6,000 feet tall dot the landscape like nature's security system. You won't see much of them though. The islands sit in the middle of nowhere. Literally, they're halfway between South Africa, Australia, and Antarctica, the geographical equivalent of being left on airplane mode. The only residents are scientists and staff at Port-au-Français. Presumably, though.
Like I said, scientists. I wonder what else is there, though. Probably a bunch of animals. Just like, what is there even to study? What is there even to study?
Ones who annoyed their bosses. About 90 stay through the summer, and about 45 endure the winter, studying ecology, geology, and meteorology. It's like summer camp, with frostbite. Getting there means a 10-day ship ride from Reunion Island. Once you arrive, it rains constantly, and the wind hits 62 miles an hour. And yet, the researchers insist they don't feel isolated, probably while blinking SOS in Morse code. Number 12, Palmerston, is one of the 15 Cook Islands, but it's far from the most popular one for tourists. That may be because only 25 people live there, and they...
Wow. Are they researchers again? Otherwise, yeah, the islands are cooked, it seems. Oh no. I don't know why they would even set up a research station there. Setting one up in Antarctica is a better option. Like, you're not that far away anymore from Antarctica at this point. Like, just do it on Antarctica at this point. Like, right? It's like, you're not that far away anymore. Though, technically it is closer, while you might be able to still study the same, I guess.
They're all related. Let's quickly not think about that too much and move on to the next point. They're descended from British explorer William Marsters and his 2 Polynesian wives who settled the island in 1883. Every afternoon except...
Yep. Sweet home, island. Yep, definitely. 100%, definitely.
Sunday, the locals play volleyball together. One local said, "The only thing we like better than volleyball is church. And you can't even get through a Thanksgiving with your family without wine. I guess if they were the only people you could see, you'd change your tune." Palmerston is 2,000 miles northeast of New Zealand, and 200 miles from the next closest dot of island in the Pacific. The only link it has to the outside world is a telephone station. One telephone station. Electricity and internet are limited. A few hours a day. It's satellite only, just enough to call for help or doomscroll about places you'll never reach. They've created a very self-sufficient place on their 640-acre tropical paradise. Cargo ships only drop by a few times a year, so they kinda had to if they wanted to live. They rely on solar power, fishing, subsistence farming, and have a rainwater catchment system to ensure they have fresh water. A survivalist's paradise. Now we're swapping glaciers for palm trees and learning that even paradise gets weird when everyone's related. Number 11. Located 416 miles off the coast of Chile, Robinson Crusoe Island was named after the famous story because it inspired it in the first.
Well, obviously, that makes sense. 669 kilometers away from Chile. That's not too far, not too remote. However, I'm assuming that the place is kind of hell, though. The only thing better than volleyball is church, totally not biased. Well, if you only know volleyball and church, you don't probably have much of an option here. Jeffy. Hi. Hi, sir. Sir Otter Phantom, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Hi.
Place. In 1704, sailor Alexander Selkirk decided his ship, the Cinque Ports, was too leaky to survive the voyage. He told his captain he'd rather be left behind. Bold choice. The captain, delighted to lose a backseat sailor, happily obliged. Selkirk was left with a few supplies and a lifetime of regret. Selkirk, meanwhile, survived 5 years alone, dodging Spanish ships and talking to goats. He was rescued in 1709 and became the basis for Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. The island later served as a pirate base, then a prison. Chileans settled it in the late 1800s, and today, around 976 people live in the only town, San Juan Bautista. They've got cars, TVs, satellite internet, and a small airstrip. It's a 3-hour flight from Chile in a 6-seater plane, the only type that can land there. It might be tiny, but it loves drama. In 2010, a massive earthquake off Chile triggered a 10-foot tsunami. A 12-year-old girl, Martina Maturana, noticed the ocean receding and raised the alarm, saving dozens of lives. Think Moa.
Interesting. So this is another place. Funny. This has more people than some other place. Funny. Well, sure, if it's the only things you know, sure, but volleyball still would be better in my taste. Volleyball is not fun if you're short, though. You're kind of cooked then. So maybe they don't have any other choice. Only talking to goats. You are implying things that I don't like. Leave the goats alone. You do not have to smooch the goat. Pause. Stop. Don't.
But with more existential dread. We've seen mutiny, monarchy, and mild hypothermia, all in the name of a simpler life. And the isolation doesn't stop. We've hit the top 10, and things just get stranger from here. Any ideas on what'll be at number 1? Let me know in the comments. Number 10. Oymyakon, Siberia. It's no surprise that one of the coldest towns on Earth is in Siberia. Oymyakon's lowest temperature, negative 96.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
Sounds, what do you call this? Sounds kinda warm still, right? Sounds like cuddly warm. Horrible. Minus 71 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So cold, your skin just gets burned off at this point.
That's not cold, that's a hate crime from the atmosphere. You get 5 minutes before frostbite sets in. Nothing stays uncovered, nothing survives long. And life in Oymyakon is pretty weird because of it. Phones die instantly. Metal fuses to skin. Glass freezes to your face. Cars either idle forever or become modern art. Plumbing doesn't exist. Pipes would freeze solid. So toilets are outhouses and steam baths count as showers. Getting there means driving the road of bones. Tens of thousands of Gulag prisoners died building it. A cheerful thought as you rumble over frozen corpses and pray your engine doesn't stall.
So you just are literally, at this point, you're just literally living in the Gulag. Welcome to the Gulag. Minus 71.2. Be honest, we can't imagine it. It's like you probably stick your finger out, right? It just freezes and falls off. Crazy.
Nearest city, Yakutsk, is a 2-day drive away. It's only reachable when the rivers freeze. In summer, you'll need a ferry and a reassessment of your life choices. For our next place, you need to use a bridge. The only bridge, and it can be pulled out from under you at any time. Number 9. Welcome to Shahara, Yemen. Or actually, you're not welcome. Shahara village has existed since at least the 9th century, and for over 1,000 years, no one could take it. Not until the 1960s, when Yemen's civil war brought airstrikes. Turns out, mountains beat armies, unless the armies fly. Once a center of Zaidi Islamic learning, Shahara was practically invincible. Perched over 8,500 feet up a jagged mountain, it's surrounded by deep gorges and connected to the world by a bridge. That's it. Just one bridge. Built in the 17th century, it stretched just 65 feet, and it could be dismantled in minutes. Whenever invaders showed up, the villagers just pulled it apart. The only
So basically, right? Interesting. So this was not takeable on foot at all because, like, you could just like nuke the fucking bridge. Well, obviously, once air support was a thing, it was over, right? The mountain isn't that strong, huh?
route turned into a 300-foot nope. Today, it's still hard to reach. Foreigners need police permits. And, you know, the Civil War thing makes travel risky. But the village itself remains safe. It's just everything around it that's on fire. Some things never change. Yemenis must really love their isolated communities because Shahara isn't the only Yemeni place on the list. Number 8. Socotra Island is so isolated, it evolved its own language, culture, and wildlife. It's Earth's version of I'm quirky. About 37% of
Earth's version of I'm quirky. Interesting. Wow. Okay, they have 2 places. Yeah, this island though would be like hard to enter. It looks like it's like really surrounded by a lot of like essentially rock walls. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I'm alright. How are you, Diagonal? Hope you're doing well so far. Good, you're still alive. At this point, I'm concerned every single day.
its plants, and 90% of its reptiles exist nowhere else on the planet. Its most famous resident is the dragonblood tree. Like everything else here, it's mastered survival through abandonment. Sounds relatable. Its trunk stores water, an evolutionary water bottle for when the dry season decides to get dramatic. Though officially part of Yemen, Socotra sits closer to Somalia, just 150 miles from the Horn of Africa. It's roughly 250 miles from mainland Yemen. Its people aren't Yemeni or Somali, but Socotri. They speak an unwritten Semitic language distinct from Arabic. Isolation with subtitles. Life here is harsh. Monsoons, then drought. Water, then none. The island doesn't do moderation. Locals survived by trading frankincense, myrrh, aloe, and dragon's blood resin. The ancient world's version of Etsy, but with cheaper prices. Today, they've become the island's unofficial guardians. And if you're a woman, even visiting this
This is a boys' club. No women allowed. Foids keep out. That's great. No women allowed. Foids keep out. This is like we're gonna have like a same side, like the fuck for dogs. Dogs keep out. Women keep out. Well, it cannot only apply to women outside, right? Because like, how can you still exist without women? That's crazy.
next place is against the rules. Number 7. Mount Athos, or Aioros, was founded in 963 AD, and life there has barely changed since. It's one of the few places where you can still walk straight into the Byzantine era. No time machine or friendly mad scientist required. To visit, men need a special residence permit and must stay at a monastery. No hotels, no Airbnbs, no
No men allowed. Moids out. No moids without permit. Okay, I'm used to danger at this point, but thank you for looking out for me from across the world. That's awesome. It's just crazy. Everything single, like, once in a while we just get a DLC of you barely getting away with your life. It's crazy.
exceptions. The number of visitors is capped, and women banned completely to
Women out again. That's crazy. Wow, no women.
avoid distractions. 1,000 years later, still the go-to excuse. Even though it's technically on the Greek mainland, there are no roads leading in, only boats. And while the no women rule gets people talking, it's hard not to be impressed. This tiny theocracy has kept its medieval rhythm intact for over a millennium. Like the rest of the world upgraded to Wi-Fi and they just said, we're good. Is it the strictest community on the list though? I don't know. After all, the next town requires residents to remove their appendix to live there. Number 6. The Stars Village. That's what Villa las Estrellas means. Sounds glamorous. It isn't. It's a 14-home Chilean settlement on Antarctica's King George Island. And unlike most Antarctic outposts, it's not just a research base. There's a school that doubles as the internet hub, plus a bank, gym, post office, radio station, and a payphone. If you want that straight out of 1998 vibe. Visitors can stay at the 20-room hotel, assuming they really want to. Most residents work at the nearby Eduardo Frei Montalva base. Some even bring their families, which is how kids learn their parents secretly resent them, especially after finding out everyone has to get their appendix removed.
What the fuck? Again, why would you... I mean, yeah, research... But why would you live there, particularly? What is the reason as to why you wanted to be there?
Before moving there. Why? Because the village has one doctor and one nurse. The nearest real hospital is 625 miles away across the Southern Ocean. So getting your appendix removed isn't extreme, it's insurance. Otherwise, you're one burst organ away from the radio host performing surgery with a butter knife, and somehow it works. We've gone from Siberians freezing solid to pulling bridges out from under invaders and monks banning women on a mountain. Humanity's greatest skill? Making remote and uncomfortable sound like a lifestyle choice. We've hit our top 5. Things get colder, stranger, and lonelier. It's essentially Earth on hard mode. Number 5. If you live in New York City, you only talk to your neighbors when they're too loud. Now imagine those same neighbors being the only people you ever see, ever. That's because your entire town lives inside one apartment building. No escape, just shared walls and passive aggression. Welcome to...
Oh god. There's no freedom. You see the same faces every single day because you all live in the same house. No, that sounds horrible.
To Whittier, Alaska, a town so hidden it feels like witness protection for an entire zip code. It's tucked between mountains, reachable only through a one-lane tunnel that opens once an hour. It's also got a curfew. It shuts at 10:30 p.m. If you're late, congratulations, you're camping in your car in Alaska. Locals cope with humor. Many wear shirts that read POW, Prisoner of Whittier, which feels less like a joke and more like an emotional support statement. Almost all 272 residents live in Begich Towers, a 14-story building. It's got a school, a grocery store, a post office, a church. What else could you need, apart from maybe a little personal space? Walking your kid to school means taking a tunnel. Feeling ill? Good luck. Anything serious means a drive to Anchorage. That's assuming the tunnel gods are feeling generous. And don't expect sunshine. Whittier gets...
But like, why you're not allowed to leave? That might as well be a massive jail. Like, you're not allowed to leave anyway, so like, what's the point? What the heck? Why would you, again, why? Like, these are like places that like, you could probably save a lot of money if you just didn't have that there.
16 feet of rain and 20 feet of snow a year. That travel brochure must be a hard sell. But this next community makes Whittier seem like a roomy, comfy paradise. Number 4. In the middle of Lake Victoria sits Migingo. It's an island so crowded you can barely see the land beneath the metal rooftops. It's less tropical getaway and more apocalyptic parking lot with boats. 500 people live here, all crammed onto 21,500 square feet, about half a soccer field.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Why? I gotta go now. Bye, Poke. Take care, tourist. Bye-bye. Why? What the fuck? Why? What the actual fuck? What the frick? Why would you do that? Why would you live there? This is... You're basically like sardines in a can.
Why? 2 words. Absolute insanity. Wait, nope, that's wrong. It's Nile perch. The fish are huge, the profits are good, and living here means prime fishing spots. Despite the size, there's still enough space for bars, cafes, a pharmacy, and hair salons. Oh, and a brothel. Priorities, I guess. Migingo sits...
Can't fish without the women. No school, so there's probably no children on there, I'm assuming. They just probably live there periodically to fish, I'm assuming.
In the middle of a territorial tug-of-war between Kenya and Uganda. Both claim it. In 2009, Uganda planted a flag and started taxing fishermen. Kenya objected. Talks went nowhere. To this day, no one's really sure whose laws they live under, but both countries make sure to collect taxes anyway. Politicians, they'll never miss a chance to tax something they can't even find on a map. This is it.
Never mind, it's not worth living on there. Or maybe it is to like Africans, who knows.
Top 3, and it's been a lonely journey getting here. Number 3, Easter Island, or Rapa Nui.
Okay, that doesn't good enough for Hassan. That doesn't surprise me. Okay, yeah, that's on there with like the stone faces. I wonder.
Is famous for its giant stone heads, built by someone for reasons unknown. Basically history's longest-running art installation. Saying the island is remote is an understatement. It's almost 2,200 miles from mainland Chile. Locals speak Rapa Nui, a Polynesian language that's survived for over 1,500 years. Europeans first landed on Easter Sunday, 1722, and immediately regretted it. Hundreds of massive stone faces judging you for existing will make you question your decision.
Giga Chads, the island of Giga Chads. The brothel is the school poke. Gotta teach them young. That is diabolical, bro. That is crazy work. That is diabolical.
Those statues, the Moai, are 600 strong. Some reach 33 feet tall. Proof the ancient Polynesians didn't skip leg day. Radiocarbon dating shows monuments like the Moai spread west to east across Polynesia between 1000 and 1300 AD. Rapa Nui was the last stop on humanity's rock tour. The Rapa Nui traded and talked across the Pacific. Then, suddenly, nothing. Why? No one knows. War, climate, aliens, whatever happened, it left behind one of history's most awkward ghostings, and a few hundred faces staring into the void. Just like almost no one knew details about this next community until 2013. Number 2. Until recently, Motuo, Tibet was so remote that getting out here meant days of hiking through the Himalayas. Avalanches were a complimentary extra. For decades, 99.9% of people never even tried. Located high in the Tibetan mountains, it was the only region of China without a highway, until engineers decided to blow up some mountains. Their first try back in the 1990s.
So they really just said, you know what, fuck it, we're going there, blow up some mountains out of the way, drill some holes in there. Crazy. Again, why? There's no, like, why do you have to have a city there or like some place to live?
These didn't go so great. The Bome Medog Highway survived 3 days. Then snow and rain deleted it from existence. Motuo means hidden lotus land, which, to be honest, is pretty epic, and it lives up to the title. The terrain goes from subtropical forest to alpine lakes in just a few miles. It's like nature had an identity crisis. Around 15,000 people live here, in what's considered Tibet's holiest region. But progress comes with a downside. The new highway brought visitors, officials, and government projects. When locals protested a dam in 2024, China listened, then arrested everyone and started construction anyway.
Well, see, listening and actually, like, accepting are two different things, right? I can complain about something, and somebody can listen to. Doesn't mean they actually agree with. They're still gonna follow through. That's crazy. They listened and did it anyways. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Why? Because elsewhere they had to play by other king rules. That's why people moving in the first place. Well, the Chinese very much disagreed with that one.
You can still reach Motuo the old-fashioned way, a 48-mile trek. Prefer enlightenment with air conditioning? Just drive. This is it. Number 1, the crown jewel of absolutely not. Don't visit, don't even Google it, unless you're planning your own true crime documentary. Number 1. There's not much.
Well, yeah. That was to be expected for it to be number 1, right? North Sentinel Island. Yeah, don't go there, and don't try to convert them to Christianity. They will eat you. Just saying, they will literally eat you.
I can say about North Sentinel Island, because no one except the Sentinelese has ever set foot there and lived to tell the tale. Islanders have a reputation for launching arrows and spears at outsiders, which, to be fair, is probably the correct way to greet most tourists. The Sentinelese have lived there for around a millennia. The first recorded sighting came in 1771. An East India Company ship saw fires on shore and noped straight out of there. A century later, a shipwrecked Indian crew wasn't so...
Again, it doesn't surprise me, Poco, how long are you streaming for? Overall, the stream will probably be like 4 hours. So yeah, like probably like and like 2.5 hours still.
Lucky. The islanders attacked, the sailors fought back, and the Royal Navy showed up to rescue them. And then claimed the island for Britain, because, well, that's what Britain did. And since then, they've been the least friendly welcome party ever. The latest guest was missionary John Allen Chow. He decided to convert the islanders in 20...
Yep, and died. Fun fact. Basically a ship crashed on there, right? Basically. And that immediately catapulted them into the Iron Age. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? They went from like a Stone Age immediately into the Iron Age because they picked up the metal and then used it. Isn't that interesting?
2018. They warned him twice. On the third visit, they ended the conversation permanently. He came to spread the word of God. They sent him to deliver it personally. And yet, the Sentinelese remain. Still there, still doing fine. They've seen ships, planes, helicopters, and all decided pass. Some people just prefer their own company. If this proves anything, it's that humans will live anywhere. Frozen deserts, active volcanoes, cliffs, caves, floating shacks. It's not a challenge, it's a fixer-upper. And honestly, a little isolation is better than doom-scrolling TikTok while pretending to enjoy civilization. Thanks for joining me today.
Anyways, that was a fun video. Honestly, some of the islands are genuinely actually would be chill to live in, right? They're like super far away, but like they sound least chill to live there. Damn, so completely skip the Bronze Age. Pretty much, they completely skipped it and just went straight for the Iron Age because of the ship parts. But yeah, I think that one region in Tibet also sounds nice. If you're like actually living there and you don't have any need to leave, I guess that might be useful. Then again, I like to have internet, so some of these places aren't that nice. Some of these places aren't that great. Wow, not bad. Okay. All right, guys, I need to take a quick bathroom break, and I need to also feed my kitties. So yeah, I'll be right back. Don't explode the stream. I must take care of the creatures. Be right back. All right, I'm back. All right. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. I bought something last night for 92% off on Nintendo Switch, and it was Cart Fight Vanguard Dear Days for $6. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's nice. Okay, wait a minute, dear. Wait a minute, rare one. Perfect, dear. Perfect. That's literally you. That is literally you. Perfection. Perfection achieved. Okay. I've added another video for Crocker as well. That's nice. Let's look at something that I still wanted to look at. Did we look at the video game one? Let me click one. That Uma video is way too long for today. Jeez. Holy. That is way too long. That is way too long. You know what? Let's look at this. Let's look at this.
It's only been a few days.
I need a little bit of drama. Because drama brings all the huzz. Remember that. Drama brings all the huzz. And why not look at some shoe on head drama? Since we did react to that video. Okay, I said spontaneously combustion is imminent. Huh? What the heck? That's interesting, huh? I'm confused. But okay. Do not explode. Do not. Anyways, since we're here, we might as well look at it. And I wanted to look at it anyways. I tried to upload at least one drama video a day. Because, noted, dear, we can do that right after. Because they bring good views and more people. And I like more people. Mostly more people. Number go up, poke happier. Trump as a pedo is crazy though. If what is true in these files, then he absolutely should be in jail. 100%. Because you said don't explode before your bathroom break. I guess. True. You're right. If absolutely true, he should be in jail. Obviously. That goes without saying. But we need more evidence, more literal proof. That's the problem. Otherwise, you cannot impeach this man. Anyways. Shoe on Head's life is being threatened now by Hirohei. Well, it doesn't particularly surprise me after the last video she did. Basically, when you look at her Twitter and you look at what's been happening on Twitter, she basically did poke the hornet's nest. Rather, the wasps. They're not hornets, they're wasps. Wasps are smaller and less important. Regardless, we're going to look at this. Some crazy comments. I'm probably assuming some Twitter posts, some crazy Blue Sky posts, calling her all buzzwords in the book, probably. I'm assuming that is an assumption. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We're gonna... I'm curious, because, like, it can't be that bad, right? It's usually just a bunch of mentally ill people having a crash out, right? That's just normally the thing.
It's only been a few days since I talked about how the Twitter police and the Redditor types are angry at Shoe on Head, and you're not going to believe this, guys, but a mere few days later, and they're not just still mad at her, which they are, they're mad at her for also an entirely different reason. To expand on that, a few days ago they were upset at her over her recent video where she criticized the left, and in particular over the recent Emeru situation where a viewer on Emeru's live stream asked her opinion on immigrations and customs
Yeah, the cry bullies. The cry bullies. Literally, right? So basically, if you aren't familiar with the Emiru situation, Emiru, they just tried to force Emiru to take a political stance when she was like, yo, I don't want to do that. But they still want her to say the line, right? If you don't say the line, then you are against us, right? The classic thing. And she didn't do that. She made an apology, which she didn't have to do. And like, I think it's stupid to make apologies to people that hate you anyways. Whether you make the apology or not does not matter. Even after that, they still hate you and they still will call you all the buzzwords that they can find. Just like shrug and move on. Legit. That's literally how you handle these things at this point.
Enforcement, aka ICE, to which Emiru essentially said that she's not a political streamer, she has no opinion on it that she's going to share, and if you need her opinion on it, that you should go outside, you should touch grass, you should get off the internet. This, as mentioned, upset many leftists on social media, including even some of the most prominent leftist content creators. If you want more context into that, I covered that situation in a very brief 2-minute video, which I'll link in the description for you. But onto the current news, onto the even more recent anger that she was getting. For example, now she's getting responses like this. Shu, you are a slave to capital. When revolution comes, we should not be afraid to string you up by the bootstrings.
Yeah, basically just like, when the revolution comes, kill her. That's basically what this person is saying. Literally, that's literally what it is. That is over a video, by the way. Over a YouTube video, by the way. Over a YouTube video. Isn't that great? That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, how terrifying is that? The Twitter police are mad, as always. Wow, oh my gosh. What are they so angry about? Well, Shu's tweet here that says...
Oh wow, that's...
Oh, okay, hold on a second. There we go. Clean, safe cities and social order is fascism, quote unquote. Let me run that by you one more time. Quote, clean, safe cities and social order is fascism. Every normal person ever then responds like this.
Oh wow, that sounds great. You're telling me that's fascism? Waiter, more fascism, please.
So the point of this little bit that Shu's doing is that everything gets called fascism nowadays. And even in the...
Everything gets called fascism. So she's like, yeah, if those things are fascist, then you might as well demand more fascism. Because who does not want to have more clean and safe cities? Who does not want that? It's like stupid. Probably because like, right, there's unfortunately certain groups of people that cause problems, and they probably think she's racist for pointing this out.
Context that you're about to see, wanting a clean, safe city is being labeled as a fascist want. Oh, you want a clean, safe city? You must be a fascist. You must be a literal Nazi. Excuse me if my mic just made a weird noise. I accidentally bumped it with my hand when I was like LARPing as the Twitter cop right there. Anyways, she's not saying this for nothing. She's not saying this for nothing. There is specific context into the situation, and this is both terrifying that people actually are making takes like the ones you're about to see, and also just sickeningly disgusting as well. These people have no class. They are beyond trashy. So that's your warning for what we're about to read going down this rabbit hole. And I already read this, so, I've already suffered that, but now you get to enjoy suffering with me. Yay. And in Shu on Head, and, everyone that also read this. So here we go. It begins here. This tweet on February 18th, 2026 that reads, my husband was on a crowded train yesterday when a homeless woman got on, pulled down her pants and did her business all over the train in front of everyone. He hasn't stopped talking about...
What the actual fuck? New Yorkistan is happening, guys. What the fuck? Huh? What? Huh? What the... Eh? Yeah, that's totally normal. Totally something that happens. Yeah, that would traumatize me too. That would traumatize me too if a random chick just pulled down her pants and then just start peeing all over the place. Wow. Kind of unrelated, but kind of still on note with YouTube. I've been noticing a lot of really known YouTubers have been called as child predators. Lucari was a recent one. Initially thought it was just Lolicon, but then because people are just retarded, right? Because again, that's the problem with conflate, putting these two things in the same category, which I didn't realize. And then I was like, thought like it wasn't so bad. It was actually child stuff. Like, it was actually child stuff. And the crazy part is, right, and bestiality too. It was both. It was actual child stuff and bestiality too. And you know what Twitch did? They unbanned this fucker, by the way. They just unbanned him. Straight up. They unbanned him. Twitch, he can stream on Twitch now again. I don't know what's going on in there, but that's not normal. That's not normal. 100%. It is crazy. Maybe they're just as confused as I am, but I don't know. At first, I thought it was fiction. It was not fictional.
For the past 24 hours. It is the single most traumatizing thing that's ever happened to him in New York City. Yeah, it's a disgusting story. I'm not even going to repeat that verbatim because I don't want to read that out loud. I don't even really want to read that at all, but, you know, I'm making a video, so I'll do what I gotta do, but cut the corners here and there, so to speak, because, yeah, I'm not repeating that verbatim. It gets even worse, though, because we have a response here from a self-proclaimed democratic socialist who says, I've been on the subway with homeless people that did their business on the subway, screamed all sorts of stuff. It was mildly uncomfortable, but truly didn't impact my day in any way. Maybe your husband needs to toughen up. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Would you complain if a man did this? I don't like the pull the, what if it was a man? But, like, what if it... I bet that if it was a man, you'd make it about men. Isn't that funny? Yes, see, the same people that say this, right? See, I'm gonna say it the way it is, right? I'm gonna say it the way it is. They make a scene when a woman receives an unsolicited D-pic. But if a man has to see a woman's junk, woman's stuff, that's all of a sudden not traumatizing. That's all of a sudden not a bad thing. It's not that bad. What are you talking about? Stop. Because this is mildly. This is just straight up sexual harassment. At the end of the day, it is. That is sexual harassment. 100%. No one has to see that. No one, not a single person. What is going on? Again, anything to justify their agenda, even if it harms others. Also, the bestiality bullshit, and no, I've refused to hold my language, but Sappho is horrible. Yeah, no, I think we all can agree that having an attraction to animals is wrong. Right? I think, right? Same with children, it's wrong. I think we can all agree that that's wrong. Even though I think another Twitter user was exposed for I think another chick was exposed for doing something with her dog. Crazy.
Yeah, so that's disgusting. That's a completely classless, trashy person to such a great extent that they can have some nasty fool doing their business in the crowded subway car, next to them, standing next to them or whatever, and they're like, oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's not. And you're disgusting. And the other obvious point, which is it's also just unsanitary. Like, what's wrong with you? Oh, that's fine. Let them do that in the subway. Actually, crazy take. But the Democratic Socialist OP wasn't done there. They said, I totally understand nobody wants that in their subway car, but if that's the most traumatizing thing that ever happens to you in the city, you should consider yourself very lucky. And the responses are filled with people pointing out that that doesn't help New York City. That makes it sound even worse. It's like, oh, that disgusting, horrible thing isn't a big deal compared to everything else that we have going on here, so don't make a big deal out of it. Yeah, that's not helping your case, dude. Not at all. And then we had a socialist responding to the Democratic Socialist. And they say, agree that this probably isn't the single most traumatizing thing someone could see in a city, but it's still not normal or okay. And the left shouldn't act like it is. We all deserve to live in functioning cities where public displays of antisocial behavior are not tolerated.
True. True. Damn, the worst person you know made a good point. True. Like, yeah, it makes sense. That shouldn't happen. Why should that happen? It is gross. Like, it shouldn't happen. That's just not that is not normal. That shouldn't be normal. That shouldn't happen. Like, I'd see a year ago, I was on a train where one of the people that work in that train, right, the guys that check like the tickets and stuff, right, was stabbed. And he wasn't even that far away from getting, like, I was not that far away from this man getting stabbed. And I live in Germany. That's not normal. But these cases have been increasing too. It's not like a guy tries to control or a chick tries to control somebody's, like, if they have a ticket, a valid one, and like suddenly somebody pulls out a knife. That's not normal. But those cases have been increasing, or like any other way to harm somebody. Again, this is not normal. In comparison to like somebody peeing there, that's still tame. But like that's not okay.
That takes us to this response, and again, keep in mind, this is all leading up to the shoe on head thing that I started with, all right? So we have this response. Unlike the last two, this person doesn't have their political affiliation in their bio, and I'm not going to go scrolling through their feed to assume like where they might stand, but I'm pointing that out because I mentioned the other two. Anyways, they say, having a baby really changed my mind about this stuff on, well, people experiencing episodes on public transit. I went from whatever, look the other way, when I was just a sturdy adult man on my own, to being like, screw this guy, he's gonna eliminate my baby strapped to my chest. And that finally takes us here. This is the tweet that Shuan.
Yeah, that's like I feel like having a child probably changes a lot of how you view the world, I think, right? Because now it's just like not you, right? It's just like, minor, it's like it bothers me, but not that much, right? Now you have a child, and you want to protect your child. Right? Like, I don't want my child to see somebody's private parts on public transit. Why? I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think anybody wants to see their child, have their child see that. Right? It's like crazy. Of course not. I think people say this have no children. That's the reason why. And if they do, poor children.
Had responded to. So this person, who also doesn't have their political affiliation in their bio this time, but you could probably presume where they might stand based off this post, responds to the other person that we just read, that guy, Alexander, and they say, quote, having a baby made me fascist, unquote. So, you know, misrepresenting and strawmanning what the guy actually said. They go on to add, is a real phenomenon. That's why we must abolish the nuclear family.
The nuclear family. You want to abolish the thing that carries you. Like, that's crazy. Again, I'm not surprised. Probably supporting baby mama culture too. Not surprised. Also, I feel like, see, it's not, and not having a baby, it's not even other right-wing people. It's leftists like this making people fascist. Because when I see this, like, I see the first line, and I see somebody who's a threat to society. Somebody who's not integrated well into society. So excuse me from being what the fuck? Lackadaisical, I think that's how you pronounce it, Poke. You want equal grounds with me on life-threatening situations happening to us? But it was like, not last year. A year before that. It was like 2 years ago. My bad. It's like, what are we looking at here? Huh? Also, homeless people have children. If you are homeless, you should not have a child. Homeless people are sometimes children. Yes, we are aware of that. And classist anxieties. Poke, what hiding from us? Nothing. Nothing. I am hiding nothing.
Homeless people have children too. Homeless people are sometimes children, and instead of thinking of them as human, you're falling into racist and classist anxieties. There's obviously so much insanity to that take. It's hard to believe people like that unironically make posts like that. You know, they honestly have like a mental framework like that where they're justifying such twisted behavior and turning things into, oh, that reasonable desire to be safe and have cleanliness, that's fascism. Crazy thing to say, right? The other thing's also crazy. Acting like all homeless people are just innocent and don't do anything wrong. I was born in Los Angeles. I still live here. One day I'll probably move somewhere else, but for now I'm still in LA. And my point is this. I've dealt with homeless people essentially my whole life. And some of them are cool. Some of them are trying to improve their situation, to not be homeless, to get a job, to give back to people, you know, things like that. But some of them really aren't. And unfortunately, I have a perfect example of this. I've got a few stories that would probably be a good example.
See, the thing is also, like, homeless people aren't always that. See, you see a lot of people, right, that are in fact like beggars, right, begging for money and stuff. But a lot of people don't know this fun fact. If you give those people money, the money doesn't even get to those, like, they don't keep that money. They're in fact just employed by other people, basically to make them like work, and then they give them money to actually somebody who actually like basically works as a higher up. This isn't. Don't give homeless people money, because chances are they're either not homeless, that also happens, or the money is actually not for them, it's for their boss, basically. It's like crazy. It's like actually insane.
Of this, but I'm going to tell you one that's probably the best. And it goes back to when I was 17. And I was finishing up high school, and I had a specific requirement because I was doing it in, let's just say, an abnormal way, so to speak. That requirement was community service. Now, I forget how much it was, maybe 10, 20 hours or something. And so I saw this church that was doing a event on Friday nights to feed homeless people, you know, free dinner sort of thing. And I called them up, asked if I could volunteer there, and they brought me on as security. Now, back then, I had not yet obtained my S-tier sleeper built like I have now. For example, now I weigh like 150, and I can deadlift almost 400 pounds, if you guys have seen like my Twitter account or my community tab post, on top of like the extensive Muay Thai training and other martial arts I do and all that, you know, humble brag aside. My point is, when I was 17, I wasn't anywhere near this level yet. I was about 5'10", 110 pounds. Super skinny 17-year-old. Nevertheless, they bring me on as security. Now, most of the time it went fine. I didn't have to do anything. I was basically standing around talking to homeless people and volunteers, other volunteers that were like making the food and stuff. It was fine. But there was one major incident that occurred that thankfully didn't end nearly as badly as it could have. And it goes like this. One of the homeless people there brought his kid. The kid's probably between like 9 and 11 years old. And most of the people at this point in time for the story are inside the main building of the church eating the food. It was still in the middle of dinner. But some people were outside, maybe like a dozen people outside. Some of the homeless people went out there, get some fresh air or whatever. And this kid is outside too. I'm also outside. And I notice this other homeless person who's acting kind of crazy. I think maybe he was drunk or something. I don't know. And he starts coming up to the kid. Not right up to him, but maybe 5 to 7 feet away. So there is a bit of distance between them, but he's like staring, he's like mad dogging the kid, muttering something incoherently, but clearly with a very negative vibe. And the kid's just like looking in confusion, not saying anything at all. He's just like looking at the homeless dude in confusion. And then the homeless dude pulls out a knife. And I'm there, again, technically as security, but I'm still just a 17.
That's crazy. Here's the thing. Not every homeless person is bad, but there are people that were bad before they became homeless, and that is the reason why they're homeless. You know what I'm saying? Like, not every, like, bad people can be homeless, but not every person that's homeless is bad. But they don't realize this, because at the end of the day, there's still, some of them are not poor, innocent little people. Some of them have done horrible things. And that's why they're homeless. I think people forget that. Like, with all due respect, I was homeless from the age of 19 to 21, but one of my friends helped me out of that, and I worked for a garbage company, and for the last 10 years, I've made a good life, and that's great. That's great. But you're also not somebody who would run towards, use a knife and run towards a 12-year-old. I'm assuming from how long I've known you by now. I'm assuming that. In that case, that's very different.
18-year-old myself, and I'm like, ain't no way this dude just pulled a knife out and is mad dogging this kid and like muttering stuff. I'm like, ain't no way this guy's about to try to stab the kid, and I have to get between them. Now I got between them, and even if I wasn't security, I probably would have done that just out of human decency. Like, you can't let some homeless dude do anything to a kid like that in any way, you know, like, absolutely not. So I probably would have done the same thing even if I wasn't security. But it's crazy because there were other adults there. There was like other people there seeing what was happening. I think it was mostly other homeless people, but there may have been a few volunteers there as well. Most of the volunteers and homeless people, again, were still inside though. But a handful or so, around a dozen or so, were outside. And they're watching this unfold, and I'm the only one actually getting between them. And I wasn't really saying anything myself. I was just standing in between, really watching this homeless dude to see if he was about to start like lunging for the kid or something. This goes on for what feels like 3 to 5 minutes. Maybe it was less, and like it felt longer because it was such a uncomfortable, I don't want to say frightening experience. It wasn't like,
nah, that's definitely frightening. That's definite. Nah, bro, that's cope. That's cope. You're capping. That is definitely frightening. If somebody stands in front of you with a knife looking at you like that, you are definitely frightened. And very definitely, that is definitely a tense situation right there.
frightening in that sense. It was more so just like danger, right? You just feel like this is dangerous, like heightened senses, taking this 100% seriously. This feels like a very dangerous moment for myself and for that kid, and really for anyone around there too, even though no one else was doing anything about this, which I'm actually a little upset about to this day. Grown adults there, no one's doing anything. It's up to me, the 17-year-old, to protect this like 9-year-old. Crazy, to be quite frank. Thankfully, thank God, this homeless man eventually stopped. He puts the knife away and like walks away. And you might be wondering, where was that kid's dad during all of this? I have no idea. I wonder the same thing. If I had to take a guess, he might have still been eating inside the main building and the kid was outside. Most of the time that kid was wandering around away from his dad, so yeah, I don't know. My point is, going back to this tweet, where this person's trying to make it sound like homeless people are all just innocent, and it's like racist or classist or fascist to be nervous around homeless people. That's ridiculous. It depends on the person. Again, some of them are nice, some of them are trying to improve things, and they're actually working to get themselves out of that situation. But some of them are dangerous, and you would be a fool to think otherwise. By the way,
yeah, it's just the truth that some of them are homeless for a reason. And you also have to just accept the fact that if you have nothing, nothing matters. And if you have nothing, you will put yourself in risky situations to just get anything. That's just the truth. If it's about survival, you will do things that you normally would not do.
you guys just imagine if I actually get Twitter cops mad at me for this video and they say something like, Hero, hey, your example shows that they're not dangerous. He didn't actually stab the kid in your story, so it's fine. You already know that they would say something like that. And so that finally takes us back to Shoe on Head. This is the context of what she was responding to. Once again, that Danny person. I've had this tweet on screen a few times now. I'm sure you're familiar with it. But yeah, that's what she was responding to when she once again said, quote, clean, safe cities and social order is fascism, unquote. Every normal person ever saying,
Oh, wow, that sounds great. You're telling me that's fascism? Waiter, more fascism, please.
So yeah, that's all the context, and that's the video. This was a wild one, man. This was just all kinds of craziness, but I hope you enjoyed the video nevertheless.
Yeah, pretty much. So in other words, people are just mad because you said the truth. Again, the truth hurts, and people don't like the truth, especially when it comes from somebody who's like an actual leftist, right? These people, like these other people, are LARPing as leftists, but they're not particularly that much left. At the end of the day, they're really not. They're just like they have their own different agenda, right? It's just crazy, right? They're like pseudo leftists, if you wanna use that word. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was interesting. That was interesting. Anyways, let's do Deer's video, since the man doesn't ask for much. Let's look at this. I'm curious.
What did you graduate?
Oh god, here we go. Look, Smackshers. Oh no, we got time to break my jawbone. Get the hammer out. Boys, get the hammer out. Here we go. I'm interested. Let's see what this is actually about. That might be very interesting. Looks fun. Looks very fun. I wonder. Oh, this is the Dark Fader. Yeah, remember the Lakari video? I didn't upload that because I was confused. Good that I didn't upload that. Is Deer still here? I hope. I don't know. Maybe he died. But if he sends it in, that's it. Right? Because, like, I need to watch it now because I don't have that much time. Because I'm going to visit my brother because he was in the hospital. So we're going to beat the brakes off of him if he doesn't change anything. In his lifestyle. That is. That's why I'm still again not doing a full stream because of that bullshit. That man just does not know when to stop. Someone call me. I guess, yeah. Anyways. Looks maxing streamer gets exposed live on stream. I am intrigued. This is by Darth Vader. I got no idea. We're gonna have to look at this. Looks maxes are interesting. They're a special kind of breed. Fun fact. People think like looks maxing is like extreme and stuff, but here's something funny. It didn't start out that way. If you go back to like the origins of looks maxing, it was really just like the regular stuff, right? Like caring about how you basically just caring about how you look, not like going surgery, beating your face in, all that stuff, right? That's what it was. Well, now that's not so much anymore what it is, but like you get the idea. It has changed over the time and been more radicalized, unfortunately. Look, watch my video. I have 2 videos. Yeah, I've seen it. They're already added. We can do this after this one. Because Deer doesn't often recommend stuff, so here we go. Yeah, also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go in. I wonder, again, what he was exposed at or with. Because, like, that's interesting.
What did you graduate? I'm generally just asking from another man to another man. No disrespect. Sure.
I'm confused already. We've been thrown in the middle of something here. That's clear. That much is clear. We've been thrown into a situation. Okay.
I swear to God, yeah. Whoa.
Nah. No fucking way. No, bro is bro balding? Ain't no way. Caught in 4K, caught live on stream. Based, whoever did that, based. Bro is balding.
Oh, what? No! What?
Streamer androgenic, who should probably rebrand himself to baldogenic, is a looks maxing self
Baldrogenic. But yeah, it's crazy. Ranked Chad Harwood study. DM coach for coaching. Champion kick clip farmer. Ascent with my protocol. Has a link tree. So he's basically like just the usual con artist. Anyways. Wow, the disrespect happened. Bro's hair loss has been... See, here's the funny thing, right? Of course, he has to do it because he's like a looks maxer, right? But like, he could do something great for looks maxers, which is make bald hot, you know, because like he doesn't look bad, right? Now it looks bad because we know he's been fake, but like it doesn't necessarily see bald always doesn't not always does look bad, right? As long as everything else compensates for it, it is most of the time not even that bad.
Improvement coach who's all about teaching men about how to be the best version of themselves.
Keep watching because
Bro, they made a Wojak from him. That's crazy.
I'm about to break down exactly what's inside my private community, what you get, how people just like you have been transforming, and why joining might just be the single best decision you could make for your ascension.
But it would seem that Baldogenic's version of looks maxing is more akin to being a fraud. Fraud maxing, if you would. And it would seem that looks maxing, according to Baldogenics, is all about
Fraud maxing? Nah, that's what the Somalians in, was it Minneapolis did? Or was it Mississippi? I think it was Minneapolis. There happened some frauding going on. Massive frauds.
coping, denying who you are, and pretending to be something that you're not, aka someone with a good hairline. In case you don't know what looks maxing is, looks maxing can range from the healthy going to the gym or taking care of your skin by applying your nut on your face before going to bed, or it can devolve into these mentally deranged practices such as smashing your jaw with a hammer to give it a more chiseled look, when in reality you just look mentally disabled and you're more likely to just permanently disfigure yourself and look more chopped than you initially did. But here's a clear example of someone who took looks maxing way too far. So back in 2016, this person by the name of Connor Murphy used to look like this, and I would argue that he used to look like a lot of people's best versions of themselves back then.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks great. Wow. He looks good. He looks totally fine. What did he do, though? I don't get it. Sometimes, like, you look good, right? I would, like, understand looks maxing, like, getting the most out of the way you look, right? Out of your genetics, out of your hair, whatever, right? Out of your health. But, like, they go steps much further beyond that aren't even helping them, right? There's people who go out there and get leg lengthening surgery to get taller. But then they get the next leg lengthening surgery because they're still not tall enough, because they're never tall enough, because the problem is up there in the head. It's not just the body, it's the head, right? You're just never tall enough. It's just never enough. This looks maxing stuff is just a psyop by the beauty industry to get men into cosmetic surgeries. That's all it is, and you're falling for it. It's like makeup and BBLs for women. Stop it.
Well, Connor here decided to go all in on looks maxing and decided to follow some extreme techniques that are shield within the looks maxing community. And this is what he looks like today.
The hamster, bro, is Connor Hamster Murphy. He is the he looks like he's been storing nuts in his cheeks. That is a hamster. That is Minecraft Steve. They should have picked this guy for the role. He's literally square. Huh. He literally he looks so God. But leg lengthening is very harmful. Most of these people either never walk properly anymore, it takes ages, or it looks really off, right? Because like proportions, right? Your legs and a torso are usually decently proportional in your arms, but then it doesn't look like that anymore. That looks fucked up. That looks very fucked up. He looks more chopped than before. Hi, Rithik. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Giga chat. That's just Steve. He just needs the... Also, he just looks weird now. It's just literally worse. It's not even Is it? It's not even symmetrical. Maybe it's the lighting, okay? Maybe it's the lighting, but it doesn't look symmetrical at all. It probably is the lighting, but that looks horrible. That looks absolutely atrocious. This motherfucker looks more chopped than me. What the fuck? No way. What did you do to yourself? We went from Giga Chat to Giga Chopped. What the fuck? That looks so... See, that looks Uncanny Valley. This is what people mean when they say the Uncanny Valley.
Bro, First of all, I don't even know what his Giga Chat music is playing.
Yeah, that is... I'm bisexual, I would say no. I'm straight, and I'm saying this man doesn't even belong to my friend group. What is going on? Oh.
Someone cue in the Alvin and the Chipmunk soundtrack instead! Bro, I'm gonna be real here, but when you purposely get jawline surgery to the point where you now look like a chipmunk, where you now look like you've got 2 tumors on your face, at that point, that's not looks maxing. That's chop maxing at that point. Smash like and subscribe if you agree. And before anyone says, oh, this is clearly fake, Connor probably put some balls inside of his mouth to inflate his jawline or some shit like that. Well, that's initially what I thought as well, but there's literally a 3-hour live stream from a week ago where Connor actually collabed with Baldogenic over here, and as you can clearly see, they both look chopped as fuck. I mean, you look at Baldogenic for a second and...
Yeah, first of all, like, he looks like the guy in the middle looks like a mouth breather. The other guy doesn't look that horrible, but, like, you can see something's off. What did he put there? So, either they, like, reconstructed his bones, right? Because, like, you can't do that, right? You can break your jaw and then let it reconstruct, which is crazy, right? Or, they inserted metal. I think that is also a viable option that people use. Though, people might be a stretch here.
I'm gonna be honest here, he just looks like an Uncanny Valley SCP entity. And it looks like he's wearing makeup! Not that there's anything wrong with wearing makeup if you're a girl or a guy, but it's just funny to me about a looks-maxing coach who's out there selling overpriced courses about how to become the best version of yourself, about how to become a confident man, when you're literally getting exposed for being a fraud maxer who wears wigs in order to hide his chopped hairline and who wears makeup now, apparently. Especially when you make mugging people in public your content. Brother, you can't be mugging people in public when you're literally a fraud maxer if you would. But going back to Connor for a second, you can clearly see that he still, in a live stream, looked like a chipmunk. So this to me, this tells me that he did indeed get surgery on his jawline to purposely look like he's got 2 tumors.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Whether they get money for surgeries, I do not know. Right? They're streamers. So I'm assuming it's their viewers' money. I'm assuming it's their viewers' money. It's gotta be. Right? And of course, kick. But like, that's... Although literally, like, maybe they take out, like, maybe they take a credit or something. A loan. Whatever. But, like, this shit is expensive. Right? This shit is expensive.
On his face now. And during those 3 hours of them mugging and talking to strangers, it never sounded like Connor had 2 balls inside of his mouth in order to inflate his jawline.
Yeah. Okay. We've walked here before, yes.
So once again, sadly, it really looks like he got jawline surgery to look like a chipmunk. But 3 days ago, Baldogenic decided to do another mugging livestream, but this time, he's the one who got mugged.
What did you actually do? So like your pick on
Whoa! Bro, why? No! What? Bro, that is going viral as fuck. I just got a hair transplant, bro.
Now keep in mind that Baldogenic...
Yeah, bro did the remove... Well, that is kind of a hair transplant. It's removing hair away. This looks like a transgender gone wrong. That is very true. That's like, nah, usually they go like, I guess a trans man, I could see that. But usually if it's like a trans woman, they usually try to get like a softer face, which doesn't really happen because like you can still tell that they're a dude.
Content is all about flexing on unattractive people or manlets according to his chat. There was even a segment where Baldogenic was mugging a bald guy. You could even see Androgenic's chat making fun of the bald guy, which is ironic because Baldogenic without his wig suddenly looks like someone with not only a chopped hairline, but he also looks like someone with, I'm gonna be honest here, with a chopped cranium. I don't know if it's just me, but there's just something wrong with his facial structure. Let me be clear. I know we are all in agreement when I said that the bald guy being confident about himself gives infinitely more Giga Chat energy than someone being in denial about himself, coping about himself, and who uses wigs to hide his deformed cranium. Now, I do want to make sure there's no misunderstanding here. I've got no problem with men wearing makeup, wearing wigs, or getting hair transplants. What I do have a problem with, however, is when it comes to looks maxers mugging strangers in public, especially when they're a fraud maxer. But I've seen some people saying that this was all staged, scripted, and even Baldogenic himself is out there trying to convince us really hard that this was all.
I mean, that could be the case, but I kind of think not. The way he reacted immediately to running towards him, yep, I kind of don't think so.
all scripted and that he was all in on it, guys. But here's why I don't personally believe for a second that he was in on it. First of all, we gotta remember that looks maxing extremists take their physical appearances very seriously, to the point where people like Baldogenic go through rhinoplasties and hair transplants in order to look better. So why the fuck would he purposely tank his rep within the looks maxing community, where he's known as the definition of a Giga Chad, just to go viral and be forever known as the fraud maxer guy who is so insecure about himself that he's literally wearing wigs in order to hide his cooked hairline? You have to remember that Baldogenic is literally getting paid to be a looks maxing coach, and people look up to him. They think he's gonna be the solution to, you know, remove their insecurity and improve their looks. But talking about insecurity, one of the big selling points of Baldogenic's overpriced courses is how he's supposedly going to teach you how to not be insecure anymore and how to be confident, just like how Baldogenic stopped being insecure himself. In fact, you'll see him on TikTok preaching about how people need to stop being insecure.
Do not let people shame you into thinking that wanting to looks max makes...
See, shit your hair go south. Just try and grow a beard. Just try and grow a beard. Of course, if you can't grow a beard, you're kind of cooked. But try and grow a beard. A beard fixes this all of it. A beard fixes it. I guess a beer also fixes it, because then you're too drunk to realize that you're chopped, right? But like, just like replace it, right? Get a good beard, lose some body fat, work out, and the bald head just disappears. It's not even that big of a deal.
You insecure. Identifying something that you can improve and then improving it is an insecurity. It's called agency. And other people love to shame and moralize your agency when it doesn't benefit them because it makes them uncomfortable. Insecurity is tying your self-worth to looks or just refusing to admit that they matter in the first place.
That's where you've got it wrong, pal. I'll tell you what insecurity is. Insecurity is going out in public, mugging strangers while wearing a wig in order to hide your cooked hairline. Brother, you're the definition of insecurity. A second reason as to why I personally don't believe for a second that this was all scripted and all planned by Baldogenic himself is because of how he literally crashed out on Twitter and admitted that he says the N-word when he found out that one of the people who took his wig was black. I don't know, guys. Being known as a guy with the cooked hairline who's so insecure about himself that he's wearing wigs in order to mug strangers in public, on top of being racist, I don't think that helps at all with your looks maxing portfolio, if I'm being honest here.
The looks maxing niche is only going to get bigger because it's so self-reinforcing. I get my wig snatched off in public and I just get millions of people telling me I look disgusting. And look, you might be right, but you're just proving the importance of looks more.
Brother, you're not going viral because of your chub deformed crane.
See, nobody gives a shit that you're dead ugly, right? Nobody gives a shit. No, that's not the reason. People care because you made a fool out of yourself, because you want to give a shit so much about looks and you act like you are the perfect specimen, yet you are a fraud. Right? That's the problem. That's the problem. People make fun of you not because they want to prove they're proving your point that looks matter. They're making fun of you because you go out there, make it all about looks, trying to mock people. You don't look that good either. Huh. Funny. Most insecure person talk about insecure. Yep. No, Poke, I hate my facial hair growing ability. I literally can't grow enough facial hair to help stop balding problems. Well, you never know if you start balding in like 10, 15 years, right? And then like problem solved, right? Just replace that. You just like switch sides, right? Earlier the hair was on top. Now it's all on the downside. See, it's all according to plan.
You're going viral because you're a looks maxing influencer who goes out in public, mugs strangers, flexes on strangers, even.
But I agree, it can be really a problem. I right now have a full beard. It's like really long. It's like really long. I look like a Viking. Crazy.
Though you're hiding your biggest insecurity behind a wig, you get exposed for being a fraud maxer when you got that wig removed. And now he's mad that the insecure people he's preying on are finding out about him being a fraud. But the third reason as to why I don't believe for a second that this was scripted or staged at all is because the moment he got his wig removed by one of the tricksters, he immediately ran towards him and said, "Why, bro? Why would you do this, bro? I had a hair transplant, bro."
Whoa! Bro, why? No! Bro, that is going viral as fuck. I just got a hair transplant, bro.
Like, you can clearly tell that his ego was instantly shattered and he felt extremely embarrassed, which is kind of funny to me because the person who went out of his way to go in public, to look down on strangers, to look down on chopped people in public, was suddenly now the butt of the joke. Let's think about it for a second, guys. If you're a looks maxer who built his entire career looking good and who convinced people that you're the solution to their insecurity and...
Exactly. That's the thing. again, this all comes down to people making fun of him because he's like trying to make others feel insecure, yet he's the dude that is giga insecure about his bald looking head. No, you know those gnomes that spoke height accurate, big beard. Am I I might be a dwarf. Even got the build. Not entirely, I guess. Dwarves aren't particularly. Usually, dwarves are depicted with big bellies. I don't have a big belly. Hold up.
Bad looks, why the fuck would you purposely go viral for being a fraud and for having this diabolical look in public? Who wants to look this chup in public? Nobody does! Smash like and subscribe if you agree. Now, I know I've been memeing a lot, but I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding here. There is nothing wrong with having a fucked up hairline like photogenic over.
Yeah, that's not the problem. If that's true, send me a picture in Discord DMs. Yeah, I'm not sending it. I'm not sending anything. Unless you mean deer. That's crazy. You will. I will not have a belly.
Here, okay? But there's a lot wrong with making harassing strangers or flexing on subjectively unconventionally attractive people your content. I know I speak for everyone here when I said that we're all tired of these annoying streamers, influencers, YouTubers who are out there making content at the expense of unsuspecting strangers.
But that's a man that's in jail. Vitali is in jail, and he converted suddenly to Christianity. But yeah, even God can get him out of jail at this point.
So when you're out there selling overpriced courses to gullible people,
and Johnny Somali might get 2 to 4 years in prison with labor and a fine potentially, and 5 years on the S offender list in Korea, and possibly even the United States, even if he does go back.
And you get exposed in public for being a fraud, we're all gonna laugh at your deformed head structure. Now, Baldogenic has been desperately trying to sell the narrative that, oh,
the guy in the white t-shirt had good eyes, though. He had good eyes because he knew it was a wig. He had good eyes. That's not bad. Because, like, I hardly believe that he knew who he was.
Oh, he's the one who's winning. He's the one who's going viral, and it was all orchestrated by him truly.
So I'm going extremely viral for having my wig snatched off.
Yeah, he's wearing makeup. Yep. You notice in this one, he's wearing makeup. Hold up. He's wearing makeup. 100%. He does. Hold up.
Having my wig snatched off.
Yeah, you can tell the eyes, right? He's like using some kind of blush, right? I'm assuming. Nope. That man is using makeup, definitely, most certainly. Why not? You've seen my ugly mug, granted it was a while ago. Because I'm a VTuber, and I like to keep my face private. Including my beard. We're not doing that. I take the culture aspects serious.
Off. Especially on X, but on all platforms. And it's only been like fucking 6 hours. I don't think people realize that I've literally publicly been spamming videos of me being bald for like 2 months. And I literally publicly made videos showing that I'm wearing a wig like days ago. But I'm glad this is going this viral. This is pretty crazy. No aura is being lost, I'll tell you that much.
Sure, you're getting a lot of attention. Even the mainstream news are reporting on you. But is it really the kind of attention a Looksmaxer would really want? That's like going viral in high school for farting in the back of your class. It's like, yeah, you're getting everybody's attention, but is that the kind of attention you want? I don't think so. And it is true that Baldogenic has uploaded multiple times on his TikTok prior to the wig incident about him shaving his head. But the reason as to why he shaved his head was not because he was trying to go for the new Looksmaxing Sigma look or some.
Wait, so you tell so where's this going? VTuber, exactly. Here's the thing though. Does that mean he basically, if you like wanna go there, he basically he's practically saying that he shaved his hair off and wanted to make it seem like he just shaved it because like he wanted to just shave it for some odd reason? And then, like, acted like it regrew with, like, the wig. There's something off here.
like that, right? No, he shaved his head because he was going to get a hair transplant, and obviously he wasn't going to go 5 months, a year without uploading videos. So he convinced his audience into believing that him shaving his head and getting a hair transplant was his next step into achieving the perfect looks maxing figure, which is totally fine, don't get it twisted. I've got no problem with that. But then he had to be weird and tell his audience, hey, I feel like mugging strangers in public, but I can't wait for my hair transplant wounds to heal. But
oh no, it's cancer Vegeta. If you know, you know.
he knew. He was self-aware of the fact that he can't be mugging strangers while looking chopped like that, which is why he wore a wig, which is just a whole new level of insecurity, weird behavior, and just cringe the more you think about it. That's why this looks maxing fraud is going viral. Let's not get it twisted, guys. It's because of his clown behavior. But anyway, guys, smash like and subscribe if Baldogenic is now gonna say the ching chong word after watching my video.
One like, one goon maxing. We are not goon maxing here anyways. So yeah, just to summarize, the dude is super insecure. Just a summary, the guy was super insecure, and that's the reason why he did that. And that's all there is. And he got cooked by a random out there, a stranger. We love to see it. We do. We really do. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Playing the bit blasted Irani music to my neighbors. I'm sure they enjoyed it as much as me. Now I need more coffee. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Hey, yo, not bad. They definitely probably had some fun time there. Anyways, let's do it for Krokorok, right? Let's do it for Krokorok. The first one that we need to do for the Kroko, of course. Let's do it for Krokorok. Right, let's do it. Because we must. If the man is even still here. That's the important question. Is the Krokorok even here before we do this? Not that he's gonna complain I watched it without him. Is he here? Who knows? But yeah, sounds fun. Ah, that's interesting. And see, you know what's crazy, right? Guess who went with him, with my brother, to the hospital? It was my sister. It wasn't even my brother's fiance. That's how much she cares about him. I'm always saying I hate this woman, but I have more and more reasons. I'm here. Good peek. Alrighty, then we'll go in. You're bad at social media 50. Yeah, part 50. By Fluffy Talks. We're gonna see horrible things as usual. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go. The last one was actually horrible. Like, the last one was genuinely horrible, right? With the don't breastfeed your child, it's basically SA. So let's hope that this one's actually better, but like, it might be horrifying too.
Hey, what's up? We're doing it again. This is You're Bad at Social Media number 50. A nice round 5-0. That's nice. So, fuck it. Let's just get right into it. Faggot. This is You're Bad at Social Media number 50. Let's do it. Hey, what's up? Oh my gosh, we really don't deserve my mom. All she wanted to do was spell out love in our family pictures. She had no...
I mean... What? That doesn't... So, like... Okay. Okay. Okay, let me analyze this, okay? So, I can kind of... This is not an L, right? Like, these two kids are making the exact same pose, right? This is not an L, right? There's better ways to do this. Like, I can see this being an F, right? It's not perfect, but, like, I get it. This is not an E. Definitely not. Like, the mom is doing it all right, but, like, these two kids are not doing it all right, and, like, these two are doing it decently all right, but these two are doing it kind of wrong. Kind of wrong. Like, I can see it. I can see it, but it's not close enough. I can see it.
No idea. Aw, that's nice. They spelled cock. Well, you know, without cock, there is no...
That's kind of true. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it's cock. Well, without cock, there can't be love, right? Because like you need a lot of love to get children, right? And cock. So I guess that can be fine, right? Yo, that's horrible. That looks like lock. Well, you can see love, lock, and cock. Anyways, horrible.
family. You can't make a family without a cock. Well, I guess there's sperm banks. You could. I guess there's other ways you could start a family.
No, but to get the sperm, you still need the cock. So without the cock, there's no sperm. So if you need to, or if you want to start a family, you still need the cock.
Without a penis. I mean, there are lesbian couples that have kids, but yeah. Way to ruin my joke. Oh, look at this mother. She's just so happy and so naive. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Hashtag dump for chickens. Every time I'm on the road and I need to take a dump,
Why? God, the second post already diabolical. Sydney Vegan Club. For so let me summarize this. You take a dump to save the chicken. So you get the water caused up on the KFC because that's definitely gonna matter. Yeah, that's definitely gonna matter. See, vegans are special. You don't need to ask them if they're vegan. They'll just tell you. You don't need cock, just testicles. Technically, but where does it come out? I don't think they're just like taking it straight fresh from the ball. I'm assuming, right? Unless they're like going in with like a needle and then just sucking out the. That's going too far.
I always do it in KFC and leave. Mostly so they have to pay that little bit of money in water costs and take up a car space and not buy anything, well, just helping the vegan movement one dump at a time. If you were really dedicated to the vegan movement, you'd be going in there and taking upper deckers. Or just take it one step further and just shit on the floor.
There's two types of vegans. There's the vegan who like goes out and talks with people and reasons with people and debates with people. And then is the vegan. Then there is the vegan the vegan that virtue signals. And who isn't actually doing anything. You don't need a man, there's banks for those things. But where are the banks getting those things? Do you think they can just magically create baby batter? How does this work? They can't even get it out from like, right? Remember how like with like some crazy feminists said like, oh, men are going to be obsolete. They can create like those things for like from like a woman's like bones, whatever, right? And it's like, yo, by the way, that doesn't work. But they still ran with it, even though it didn't work. It didn't work.
Then that is true dedication to the vegan movement. Oh, here is a master of Photoshop. You know, I had to look at this picture very closely.
Is that Gibby? Gibby! And then he falls from like the ceiling. That's just somebody cooked here.
But I can now honestly say I have determined 100% that this is in fact Photoshop. You may not believe it. You may have been tricked. But he is not with.
It's like, first of all, the badly drawn arm, but also the money over there. Like, over there, the money. It's crazy. Wow. Pick a fine man and tell him you'll pay for his seat instead of buying from a random bank for it. I have a, well... Okay, listen. You need to still make a contract, because if you don't make a contract and you do this and you get paid, she might go out and be like, yo, we had a one-night stand, pay for this child, and then you're cooked. I have a friend who got paid for donating there, and trust me, nobody wants his seed. That's crazy. Baby batter, poke, even you laughed inside your head. I sometimes use that. Also, you call it man pickle juice sometimes. The man pickle. That's not Photoshop. Yeah, clearly, this is a real photo.
a model, and that arm is not real. Although those pecs are real. Oh yeah. Flex it. Queen size mattress, barely used. 200.
Well, we got animal corn right on here. Wow, this is just like, why exactly did you have to take the picture in that moment? Also, this looks like very stained and like that is definitely used though. That is definitely used 100%. Who's buying that? Who's buying that? Even with like dog batter.
$100. Do the dogs come with it? Because it's a deal breaker if they don't. Barely used by us, but our dogs fuck on it all the time. Look at this guy. Holy shit, he is balls deep. Reporting someone for rape is shitty as fuck. They can get years in prison because you reported them for rape. The stuff they did to you doesn't last that long. You're literally ruining someone else's life. Especially if your child is the one that got raped. 1 to 8 years old won't remember shit months after it happens. You're a piece of shit if you report rape.
Yeah, Denim's also said that. What the actual shit? Yeah, check this man's hard drive. That man is probably on a list. Just saying. Welcome back, Sumax. Welcome back.
Laughing my fucking ass off. Something tells me this guy wants to just be able to go out and rape people. I love how he says, the stuff they did to you doesn't last that long. It fucking... Yeah, the psychological damage that you do to them doesn't last that long. God. Especially when it's me, because I last like 10 seconds. You're telling me that you think it's okay. He's basically saying it's okay to rape someone from 1 to 8 because they don't remember it anyway, so... Why not be a pedophile? They're not going to remember it. This guy is fucked in the head. I seriously hope this is a joke and he's just trolling. But if he seriously thinks this, holy fuck, he is fucked in the head. Someone needs to go and just probe that guy's brain with a knife. I think the only thing we can do for this guy to really open his eyes up into how the world really works is he needs to be raped. That's about it. Spray tan, free!
Crazy. You couldn't say that anymore. That video is demonetized and age restricted. That's crazy. Oh god, what am I looking at here? What am I? Spray tan free. Why?
Formal time, tan time. Have you forgotten to book in? Don't stress, I still have some appointments left, located in Shadow Park. Whatever. And also offer mobile service. I also spray tan until late for convenience. I have dark solutions in light, medium dark, and extra dark. Check out my Facebook page. Definitely not a creepy guy that just wants to spray tan half-naked women. Something tells me he's a lot more thorough with his female clients than he is with his male clients. Actually, he probably doesn't take any male clients. Every time someone who's male calls him, he's like, oh no, I'm all booked up, sorry. Just gave away my last booking. It's inconvenient.
Yeah, but he still does it for free. That's like the problem though. He does it for free. It's like he's not like, I mean, I guess that the women are the payment here, but like that's not a reliable business model. Like, right? He does it for free. That guy is financially retarded. Should go onto Caleb Hammer's show, Financial Audit.
Convenient. This guy is just putting a free spray tan is like, hey, let me just spray your half-naked body, and that's payment enough. Also, I work naked because I'm an artiste. I need to be naked. Don't ask me why. You want your free spray tan? I need to be naked. It's my absolute only condition to the free spray tan is that I need to be naked. Okay, who told me it would be a good idea to put bacon in my undies drawer?
What the actual what the fuck? Bacon into your undies drawer? To stop the smell? What is even smelling that bad in your drawer? Yeah, of course it went rotten. What is wrong with these people? These aren't real people. What?
To stop the smell. It went rotten and now I have to replace everything. Okay, first of all, why the fuck would you believe that bacon is gonna make your underwear smell better? And second of all, why is your underwear drawer so stinky that you need to look up solutions on how to prevent the smell? Why is your underwear drawer disgustingly smelly? It's called doing laundry. Just do some fucking laundry. Used, wrong size, $50. Okay, that is actually...
Wait, I have seen this before. I have seen this one. Wait, wasn't that in the Fresh video? Maybe I've seen too many caskets recently. Used wrong size, by the way. Hey, Perk, I put you in a nice dress, courtesy of Kezu, you orange cat. Thanks, GT. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Actually a steal for a coffin. 50 bucks? Holy shit. Those things are like 3 grand to 10 grand. That brings me to my next point. How the fuck do you get a used coffin? What happened? You were like about to bury your dead grandpa and then he just sprung back to life, walked out of the grave and was like, come on guys, I was taking a nap. How is it used? Are you just a grave digger and you're just trying to make some extra cash on the side?
Nah, they probably put him in. They probably put him in and it wasn't big enough. I don't know which one's worse.
That looks like it was dug straight out of the ground. Where's the body? That is cheap, but there are so many questions that need to be answered before you can buy a used coffin. Len just realized you're smarter than you thought you were. Law.
Well, there was not much to realize here. Yeah.
Aw. When your pathetic ex has her new boy toy send you a pic of her sucking her dick. Like it's supposed to bother you and you send it to her mom and grandma.
Holy shit. That's crazy. O Supreme is now selling caskets, the fashion brand. Bro, they're basically next. You're telling me some soup company is selling caskets, and it's sold out in minutes. Man, I'm so jealous of the dinosaurs. Honestly.
Holy shit, that's fucking savage.
Yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. That they're not. This time was pretty chill. Okay, this one was pretty chill, right? That was pretty tame. The last one was worse, right? The one with like breastfeeding the child is abuse. Okay. I guess the one in bathing in pee is also bad, but like, okay, this one was fine. This one was tolerable. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. But this one was tolerable. Anyways, wow, that was horrible. Regardless, we've got also another CNP, right? That's the one you wanted me to watch, Croco? Am I correct? I think I'm correct. Because how many more are there of these, by the way? How many more are there of these? Because I'm curious. At some point, they gotta be done, right? At some point. How many more of those are there? Right, because we're like at like 4 now, part 1. That means there must be a part 2 somewhere. Yes. How many are there? Yes. Anyways, here we go. Here we go. CNP 4, part 1 by Alexo. Many. I'm stuck forever with these ones, huh? Okay, well, we're gonna look at this. I'm ready. What is Coke going to do next? That is a big and important question. Stop laughing, evil. Oh God.
Oh, hey, Dew. How you doing, man?
Oh, hey, Coke.
Yeah, what are you doing up on this building, man?
Oh, nothing really. Just having a tic tac. You want one?
Yeah, sure.
Just having the Tic Tac? I haven't had a Tic Tac in years, now that I think about it. Now I want the Tic Tac.
I'll have a Tic Tac.
Great. All you have to do is jump off this building. Good luck.
He just threw him down, and it also sounded like that one scream. It sounded like that one like stock footage scream. Funny. And he's munching them as well after throwing him down. Well, he's dead.
The ground yet? So if there's anything I've learned in the last 9 years of school, I've learned that student council is absolute bullshit. Oh my god. You sit there and run for a president position just to be told, yeah, we'll consider that. They never actually do what the students want. For example, if I ask for strippers in the lunchroom, woo! Yeah! Oh yeah, baby. Alright. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Yeah, that didn't happen. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. See, they don't ask for strippers. Like anywhere. However, there was a university and a college where people demanded an anonymous glory hole. Yeah, you heard that right. A glory hole. For the students. So, yeah. You get the idea. You get the idea. That's what they have been asking for. They obviously didn't get it, right? They obviously didn't get it, but they did ask for it. And that's the terrifying part. They did ask for it, but they didn't get it.
Yeah, I know. She looks like my sister. They would look at me and say,
We'll consider that.
it's absolute bullshit, and everybody knows it. Seriously, I just went through this crap at my school. It all started like this.
So Coke, are you gonna go for the student council? Because I heard if you become president, you get like some kind of special like hot tub room, and you can like sit in the hot tub and have a good time.
Dude, I can't believe you actually believe those rumors. When you become the student president, you just get shat on by the teacher faculty.
Hi.
I mean, he's probably got the point. Yeah, he's probably got a point. He's probably got a point. Yeah. Meant to the music, and I think it was. It might be, actually. It might be. But I haven't watched Digimon in, like, years. Over a decade. Maybe even 2. There's a good chance.
Hi.
Oh my god, like, are you guys, like, running for, student body president, like?
Why the fuck are you so happy?
Because I'm running for student body president, which means I'm going to be the best person in the entire school, and everybody's gonna vote for me because I'm a popular girl. Hollister.
Oh my god, it's people like you that want to make me Kurt Cobain my face with a tombstone shotgun.
Make me Kurt Cobain. Seriously, how am I supposed to fit this inside my mouth? Well, somebody tried, they survived, and now they look horrendously disfigured, so... Might not be the best idea, actually.
You're just jealous because you could never become student body president like me.
The only reason you'll ever even become president is because all your prissy popular friends will vote for you. And since there's more popular kids than there are nerds, you're gonna win because of the majority vote.
Well, just make sure to vote for me then, okay?
Bitch, I just told you off. Like, who do you think you are, Hillary Clinton?
Oh my god, that looks so good if I put the—
Yes. Yes. She's Hillary Clinton. That's why everyone's gonna not vote for her, if anything. If anything, nobody's gonna vote for her at that point. Like, it's just over. And once again, what's showing doesn't seem that important. Your commentary is the top priority at the moment, Poke. Doesn't matter.
that on a poster. I'm just like Hillary Clinton. Everybody will want to vote for me then.
Oh my god, do you even know who won the last presidential election?
Of course I do. It was whiteout, and that was my favorite flavor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go do president things, like spend money. Bye.
Oh my god, that dumb bitch. Man, if our class is led by her, we'll turn out like Sweden. Well, Sweden like years ago. But the point is, oh my god, we'll turn out like Sweden.
Well, Coke, why don't you consider...
You do not want to turn out like Sweden, at least not now. At least not now. You do not want to become Sweden. They have like their great percentage went up by 1,000% in the last like 5 or 6 years. Don't become Sweden. I beg of you. They're run by a horrible government. Don't become Sweden.
running for president? I mean, You seem like you've been around the block a few times, and maybe, you know, you could win some people over and actually, you know, get a good, you know, run.
Yeah. You know, it's always been a dream of mine to be the president.
And now your president, Coca-Cola.
Thank you.
Oh my god, Sweden mentioned. Banana on pizza mentioned. Wait, Hillary was famous in 2009? Probably. I know that she was decently popular at one point in time. Until, like, she became a nutcase, but, like, political nutcase. But, and that with emails.
Thank all of you. I have come to you great people today to inform you that shoelaces have been banned because they are bullshit.
Shoelaces have been banned because they're bullshit. Understandable. Truly, I agree. Shoelaces are... See, I didn't tie shoelaces. I didn't wear shoes with shoelaces for a while. I used the other stuff. Because I couldn't tie my shoes until, like, probably, like, the second or third grade. I was a special kid.
Alright, everything seems in order, Coke. I especially like the part in here where you're mentioning more funding on the pencils. Because you know how everybody runs out at the end of the year, it becomes a shit fest.
Daniel, I know you have an extra pencil. I know.
I swear to God, I haven't had an extra pencil in like 3 months, man.
I find it disappointing how you lied to me, Daniel. Give me an extra pencil.
I don't have an extra pencil. I swear, I don't have an extra pencil.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I'll gain a few votes from that, actually.
I remember in school, I was always the kid that had everything, right? And like multiple times too. So these fuckers eventually became lazy and started asking me all the time. And help me eventually at gunpoint because I eventually just stopped giving them shit. But I remember that very well. I'm like, you want to see a magic trick? Pencil right to the eye. At least that was the imagination. I never really pulled through, did it, right? But like, I thought about it.
You have the poster ready?
Oh yeah, I was working on that all last night. Here.
Well, yeah, thanks, Stu, but...
It took me hours upon hours to do, and, you know, I really just put my heart and soul into it, Coke. I hope you like it.
We're all gonna fucking die!
What the hell? Who was that?
Oh, that was just Peter.
Peter? Who's Peter?
My psychopath brother that shoots birds for a living.
Understandable. See, it depends on the birds. If it's pigeons, right, they are installed by the government, obviously, right? Everyone knows that, right? They're government spies, right? Pigeons, so it makes sense. Understandable, 100%. Hillary was famous in 96. Her husband was the U.S. president back then. Yeah, obviously, right? The first lady's oftentimes popular because of the president. That usually makes sense, right?
Seagulls. Everywhere I look, there's seagulls. Huh? Oh, Coke. Coke, hey, I didn't notice you were...
And seagulls are actually evil. Ever seen a seagull eat a squirrel? Whole, living, by the way? Yeah, you'll never forget it. That is a sight you'll never forget, ever. It will burn into your small little mind forever. Seagulls are the devils of the air. It's crazy. They're evil.
Here. Sorry.
Oh, that's alright, dude. This is Dew. Dew, this is Peter.
Hey, you seem pretty familiar.
Well, I work at McDonald's.
Wait, you work at McDonald's?
Yeah, where do you think your chicken nuggets come from?
Dude, that's fucking gross.
I was always told the chicken nuggets were raccoon testicles.
Well, I have to get back.
That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Fun fact. Here's a fun fact. Somewhere in the U.S. they checked vegan sausages in the U.S., right? And it came out about like 2% of those, it might have been higher actually, have human DNA in there. Like every 1 out of 3 sausages actually has meat in there. The quote-unquote vegan sausages, the more you know. Some of them have, obviously sheep, right? Lamb. Some of them have pig, and some of them have beef. The more you know. And chicken. Chicken as well. I think chicken was the largest portion of them all. But yeah, there's also human DNA found, so that is higher, more than just, fun fact, that is more than just, like, skin, right? That's the worst part. So you might have already eaten human, and you would not know.
Back to work now, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Dude, your brother is fucking cool as hell.
I'm a motherfucker!
Dude, what the hell?
What the heck?
It looks awesome.
I know.
But what happened?
I don't know.
Greetings, everybody. This is Richard Dan. As you may have noticed, our great hall in the school has been completely redone. I used my daddy's money. And that's why I still call him Daddy, because I'm popular. Anyways, you guys should consider voting for me in the next election for student body president, because, you know, I love our school so much. Well, quite honestly, I don't, but who gives a crap? Vote for me anyway, because...
Who the fuck loves schools? Yeah, this place looks like, this place looks like a primary school that I was at. Totally confusing. And, like, stairs everywhere, and nobody knows where to go, where the place is, because, like, the layout is just horseshit.
I'm popular.
That son of a bitch!
The only reason he even redid the hall in here is so that way people would vote for him.
Oh my god, it's people like this that just piss me the hell off! This is gonna be a dirty election.
We need to start handing out pins and posters today. I know we were gonna wait until Friday, but it needs to start now, Coke.
Alright, let's do this.
Vote for Coke as the new student body president in the next election, everybody.
Look at that! So many people showing up. Great. Here's Cook. Oh, that's over.
Vote for Coke. Hey, vote for Coke. Hey, vote for Coke. Guys, come on.
Why the hell would I vote for that loser? Everybody knows Richard's gonna win anyway.
Yeah, it's not like anybody could even beat Richard. Well, are you guys gonna vote for Richard, or are you guys gonna vote for Coke?
Well, obviously I'm gonna vote for Richard, because we all know what happens if Richard doesn't get his way. Hey, are you voting for me?
Oh, probably not, man. Sorry.
Well, I respect your decision.
Oh, thank you.
That's a very respectful decision. That's very respectful, right? That's... Bro got crushed. Bro's dead.
Except your decision's false, bitch.
I miss that poor kid. He was really cool to me.
But Richard's just gonna use all our student money on his own shit. Like, you know, clothes, stuff for his pool.
Well, I don't know if he'd do that.
Dude, he would so do that. I see him doing that.
And Coke will use our money on new pencils, and new computers, and, strippers in the lunchroom.
Strippers in the lunchroom. Again, the glory hole still stands, buddy. Hi, Zoom. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Strippers?
Oh,
No way.
dude, that's fucking hot.
Sign me up.
Yeah,
I'll vote for Coke.
Sign me up too, man. That's freaking hot as hell.
Hey, dude.
Bro just lied straight up. That's crazy. Richard really is poking. That is not me. I don't even spend any money on useless stuff. I'm like turning and twisting every penny. What are you on about? Huh?
You get any new supporters?
Coke, I got half the school willing to vote for you, dude. You're gonna win.
What? How did you do that?
Well, I told them that you were gonna give them more pencils, pay for computers, and, a few little things that I may have come up with on the spot, but it shouldn't be a big deal.
Well, you can fill me in on that later. Hey, dude.
You bully me in the ear, though. That's, by the way, not true. You are the dick here. If anything, that suits you much better.
Who's this guy over here?
Oh, that's one of your supporters. He's so confident in you, he actually wanted to help me pass out flyers.
Hey, are you Coke?
Yep, that's me, your next student body president.
Yeah, strippers, man. You are the freaking best thing to ever happen to this school, man.
What do you mean by stripper?
What Coke's trying to say is there are going to be a lot of strippers. Coke, I need to come over to your house later on because we need to look at the plan a bit more, and I also made a video.
Yeah, dude. We need to look at
the strippers. Again, the glory hole still stands. I'm repeating myself a third time, but it still stands.
the plan a little more.
Yeah. Oh crap, I'm screwed.
All I wanted to do was have a legitimate election.
Yeah, but wait.
All I wanted to do was give people what they needed.
Yeah, but Coke, this way you actually get votes.
Don't you realize they're just lying to people? They're just as good as Richard.
Look, I know it looks bad now, okay? But if you just get it approved by the principal, we can get strippers. My uncle owns a strip club. Come on, ladies, work that pole. You're paying Uncle Dew's bills here.
Yeah, well, what if we don't get the strippers, huh? What else did you promise people besides strippers?
Well, I promised free dance lessons from your locker.
Oh, hell no, dude. I am not getting into that debacle.
You're just jealous because I got more talent than you do.
The hell? MJ, are you here?
Of course I'm here, silly. I'm a ghost. I can go wherever I want.
What the fuck is going on with this locker, by the way, every single time? I never bully. I'm a good boy. That is just a lie straight up. This man's lying. Bro, I'm so lost at this point. It's just crazy. It's just crazy yapping.
Oh, great. On top of all this shit, now I don't feel safe going to the bathroom anymore.
Look, Coke, the video I made for the election is going to completely slam Richard. And with the fan base you have right now, there's absolutely no way that he can win. I sent the video to your email. Did you get it?
Wait a second. That's the video? I wasn't even taking that seriously. That's gonna suck dicks. We're never gonna win with that.
Look, I know all the idiots at our school. They'll take anything, literally anything. Trust me on this one. That video is going to get you president.
Okay, fine. I trust you. God, this is starting to sound like one of those stupid drama.
I trust you. Isn't it crazy? MJ had just died when this came out. True. I guess he truly became a locker.
Was on television.
Okay, guys, let's bust out into an orgy now. No orgy. All right, fine. I'll go somewhere else.
Please fuck off.
See you later on, Coke, in the bathroom.
Click for part 2. Well, the old dark ages. Well, so to simplify the entire situation, Coke needs to get strippers. There's no getting around it. If he doesn't get the strippers, he is factually cooked. There's no getting around it. He needs them strippers. And I will vote for Coke so we can get strippers. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a funny one. That one was good. That one was good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, what's still something I want to look at? I think we're doing it. It's on the thumbnail. We're doing it. It's gonna likely be the last one for the day. Likely. Because it's gonna take up the rest of the time. So yeah. We're gonna watch that one. Vote for Crocorock. Vote for Crocorock for the absolute greatest mod. Mod of the year. We're gonna do it. This will not be gross, but it will probably make me crash out because of ungrateful people. I wonder also if my boy is in here, DSP. I wonder because he's also one. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Here we go. The greatest e-beggars of all time by Please David. Yes, we are going to look at ungrateful people who beg online. Oh, we should put Vex in there too, because she begged for money to go to, what was it? IS, the Markiplier movie. Maybe we should do that and like other stuff, right? There's like a bunch of things. I also saw the lady who was like $5, like not much money, right? That one, the Twitch thought, right? But yeah, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going in. I wonder how much we're gonna see. I wonder also if DSP is gonna be in here, because like I see it happening. I see it happening.
Money. Money, please. Money. You saw the title of the video. You kind of get the gist of what's going on today. We're going to be taking a look at some of my favorite clips of people e-begging, and some that I've never seen before either. You know, it's part of the influencer journey. You either...
Yeah. By the way, do not e-beg. Do not e-beg. If you just like get a job at this point, because like you're not getting anything out of this anyways, right? See, if you're a woman, this might like work actually, right? If you're a woman, this might actually, it has worked. It might actually work. If you're a dude, that doesn't really work, right? I guess, unless you're like straight up lying at this point about your situation. But if you're a chick, you can probably pull something off. Just saying.
Realize, oh, I love making content. Or you come to another realization that, man, when I just ask people for money, they give it to me. And unfortunately, a lot of people just end up taking that second path because it's easier. Although, it doesn't last as long. So we have a few clips to get through today, and we're just gonna get right into it. But before I do that, I just wanna say, hey guys, how's it going? I am so happy to see you again. And if you're new here...
Well, that's cursed. That's somebody threw a sausage. Just saying. Right into his mouth. I'm just saying, it's perfect. Or he's getting the sloppiest of his life in this situation. It really depends.
Also, don't forget to join the Discord server. Link is in the description down below. Anyways, let's get right into it. Okay, so this first clip here.
His intros are starting to get more creative by the second. Isn't that funny?
Absolute classic. Some of you might not know it, but just by showing you this picture, you might know exactly where this is going. So this guy here, he basically fabricated the story on his live streams on TikTok that he lived in an abusive household and he was trying to get money so that he can move out and get away from everything. And as you can see, he's really in his acting bag right.
He is in it. He's in it. Yeah. I've not this one's new. I've not seen this one, right? I don't think I've ever seen this one in particular. Huh.
Right now, like there's tears coming down his face. But his nasty, mean old mom comes in and ruins it.
Just trying to make money in general. To be able to go, Mackenzie, hate you. No, get out.
That's
so embarrassing. And also, like, I think you can probably be sued for that, right? For, like, the people that gave you money, because, like, right? You lied. Isn't that fraud? I don't know. It's weird. I guess. I don't know. Worst case, you're definitely getting banned of TikTok. But yeah, there's a lot of TikTok lives that do that, right? And, like, these TikTok matches, which are, like, the collection of, like, NPCs just, like, spamming money at people. Crazy.
Dude. Oh my god, imagine being this guy's mom. You're just like, are you telling people we're abusing you? If you do that anymore, I'm gonna start abusing you. What are you doing, man? Imagine being that mean to your mom too. She just walks in the room, no, get out. Get out.
No, get out. Now.
I just got a phone call. I just got a phone call from somebody said you was in your room, you was on TikTok. And you said you had to get out by tomorrow.
Go out. Go. Go.
Oh, he's lying.
Bro was caught in 4K. Because, yeah, that didn't look like abuse. This looked like a mom being, like, very confused. Why would her son lie online about getting abused? Not only that, like, what if the police pulls up? What are you going to do then? Right? What are you gonna do then? Like, what if somebody does call the police and is like, yo, this guy's getting beaten up at his, like, mom's house. And you guys need to look into this. This would have eventually come out anyways.
Caught. But the funny thing about TikTok Live is this doesn't matter. TikTok Live works in such a mysterious way that it's pretty much always new people watching your stream anyway. So next time he goes live, he can just keep the same grift going and people are going to donate to him for whatever reason. Man, her face, she is so disheartened and distraught. Because she got a phone call from someone telling her that her son is saying that he's living in an abusive household and has to get out. Oh my God. You might actually have to get out after that. That's crazy.
Said he was in
Out.
crying.
Out. Go.
I have not told you.
I just told you to go. I just told Mama go.
I told
It just keeps going on. Wait, if anything now, see, if anything, now it looks like he's abusing his mom and not the other way around. If anything, it looks like that now. Which, you know, not surprising, but if anything, it looks like that now. Huh. I wonder how this is gonna...
Go.
Oh, and he's so mean, bro. Why do you gotta be so mean? Bro, this switch up is so crazy. Him crying over this donation.
To be to go. Mackenzie. Hate you.
Oh, he's so locked in right now, too.
He's doing this... yeah, that's true, though. He's doing this correctly and very well. Despite of him being a piece of shit, he's doing it decently enough as to where people believe him. Like, he's locked in. He's working for his money right here.
And the fucking mom jump scare.
No.
Bro, his face right there. Yeah. His face right here. He's like, oh shit.
No, get out.
Great one to kick it off with. Okay, so this next one, this is brutal. People will
Yep. People have been caught lying about cancer. I think Boogie has lied about cancer. I also think that a bunch of VTubers have also lied about cancer at one point. Where, like, that's very, very interesting that that has happened. But it has happened. And it's, like, crazy to me that that is the case. Right? You can't... Why are you lying about something so serious as like, cancer? Right? That's serious. Cancer's serious. It is. That's just the truth. And I don't understand why people joke about serious illnesses like that. I know, of course, money, right? It makes sense, right? It is. Like, it makes sense, right? But, like, it's crazy, right? Especially with, like, how many people are still guaranteed to die because some cancer is just incredibly difficult to heal.
to insane levels. So this person lied about having cancer and then tried to play it off that it was some sort of test that you would be nice enough to send them money. But they kept it going for months, so I don't know what kind of test that is.
A couple months ago, I told you I have cancer. That was a lie. I will admit that now.
The way that came out, it almost sounded like you wanted to lie again. This is the face of, maybe I should tell another lie. No, that's a lying face. That's a lying face. Come on.
Cancer. That was a lie. I will admit that now.
Oh, yeah. The way the eyes move, too. The way the eyes move right here. Right there. That's like, I guess I should tell the truth.
I'll admit that now. And I was going to tell you that on April 1st. I was going to call you and say, April Fools, I don't have...
I shot your dog. Actually, I ran your dog over. Haha, April Fools. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, April Fools, clearly, very, very clearly, that is definitely, ultimately, the ultimate April Fool's joke. Right there. Very funny. Haha, funny.
Cancer, that was a test. Me telling you I have cancer was a litmus test for your empathy, and you failed. My own mother, I called her
Okay, so I actually got that story wrong. It was they were lying to their mom, and apparently their mom didn't have as much sympathy as they thought, and they were using that as the way to get donations, like sympathy begging on TikTok Live. Sorry, I messed that one up. The reason your mom probably didn't believe you is because you probably done some shit like this before. What do you mean? I told you for months? And then I was going to call you on April 1st, you know, April Fools and all. Just want to say, litmus testing someone for their sympathy is like a little kind of like little psycho behavior, you know? That's kind of like the human equivalent, like the human to human version of, like, you know, those videos where people pretend to die in front of their pets just to see what they do? And sometimes the pets are not very happy. You know, it's kind of the person to person equivalent of that. Well, I guess no, you would probably just pretend to die in front of your friends. Which would be crazier, actually, you know. Should that be my next live stream? Go in public and pretend to die? Oh my god. That's very classic internet.
Stop. Yeah, it's still better than the kidnapping your best friend prank. Still better than that, honestly.
Okay, I actually have no idea what this one is yet. I read the title on Reddit, and that's it. So I don't even know this one.
Alright, I usually do not ask for anything. I've been a giver my whole life.
Oh no. Oh no. I know why he's laughing. Because she's Indian. Oh no, I know where this is going.
Oh, it's so funny knowing that you're gonna be asking for something crazy, I guarantee it. I normally never ask for anything. I've been a giver my whole life. Then why are you on?
That's not why you laughed, bro. Come on, that's not why you laughed. That is not why you laughed.
Live begging.
But if there's somebody who just randomly wants to like gift something or just wants to make my day, I would appreciate a complete matcha set with extremely high quality matcha and a few links.
That's oddly specific, my girl. That is oddly specific. That is very, very specific. Why are you specifically asking for that? Why are you specifically asking for a matcha set? High quality, by the way. That is like, right? If anybody wants to give, right? You could just straight up ask for money, but you ask specifically for a set of something. Yep, definitely.
To how exactly do I prepare it. I would also appreciate a weighing machine and temperature. में जो दिखता है ना कि ठीक है, this is how much you need to boil your water. All that. I would highly appreciate it.
Oh, she sold that so smooth, too. It's like I barely noticed anything happen. Let me hear that again.
But if there's somebody who just randomly wants to like gift something or just wants to make my day,
But if...
Sorry, I just got a phone call from my aunt. We can't hear you, Poke. Yeah, that was on purpose. I got a phone call by my aunt. That's why. That was on purpose. My bad. Sorry, but that was important. All right, back to it. Back to the e-beggars.
Randomly, for some reason, one of you guys just wants to give me free shit or just like make my day. You know, it's not like I'm like a influencer who does this for a living and can purchase these things on my own. Or
Yeah, but she's not doing it for a living, right? And she can use it, again, I'm gonna say the way it is, because she's a woman. That is the harsh truth. Like, most men cannot pull this off that well. I guess the other one did pull it off really well. I guess I stand corrected. But most of the time, it's usually women being able to e-beg.
anything. No. If you just want to, you know, if you just want to show your appreciation, the kind of appreciation that I will never show back to you in any way, you know, why don't you just buy me a complete matcha set? Yeah, with the highest quality stuff, of course. Like, how much even is that? Buy it yourself.
200 bucks? She was basically just e-begging for 200 bucks. Well, that's rather fun.
What is that? That's so embarrassing, especially prefacing this with like, I've been a giver my whole life, so I think maybe I deserve one of you guys to buy me a complete matcha set. Also, do the research on finding out where the proper resources of how I can prepare this are. I can't even do that part by myself, by the way. It's so funny to watch people who very clearly like have built enough of an audience to monetize this without having to beg, but they still take the easiest way out and they're like, no, I want free shit. No, just give me stuff. All I'm gonna do is ask and you're gonna give it to me.
I would appreciate a complete matcha set with extremely high quality matcha and a few links to how exactly do I prepare it.
This is Sumax. This is Sumax. I knew it. I knew her online presence was real. I'm gonna send that to her.
I would also appreciate a weighing machine and temperature में जो दिखता है ना कि ठीक है, this is how much you need to boil your water, all that.
All that. Yep. Everything. Yeah. You know, just go ahead and drop a bag on it. Yeah. And I never want to see your face either. Just mail it to me and I will say thank you on an Instagram story. She's good at that. Fuck, is she ever good at that?
I guess she's good at it, but still, it's just crazy that that's the case and that like people genuinely fall for this. And like, there's some dude out there that pays that money to her. That's the insane part, right? There's some dude that pays us the money to her.
Yeah, this one's not a video, it's just a it's just a screenshot from an Instagram story, but another influencer who seems to be either like a travel influencer or whatever, who already tend to get so much shit for free just because. We've had some very scammy experiences in GOA. I don't know what that is. So I had a
I'm assuming this is a place like Goa? Joa? I got no idea.
appreciate if any cafe/restaurant would like to host us. And I'd love to shout you out. Only if you'd want to. No pressure at all. Yeah, no shit, no pressure. Are you kidding? Also, what kind of scammy experiences have you been having that you don't, like, you just don't want to go out and eat anywhere? So the way to mend that is like, oh, there's now somebody has to let us eat there for free now. You know? Now I gotta eat for free. Oh my god, all these past experiences have just made me feel like I need a free meal.
Like, if you want to have a food place that's good, go to that food place. And if the food is good, shout it out. Right? If the food is good, shout it out. Right? There's no need, right? To like, oh, I want a free meal, so I'm gonna shout you out. Not shortened for anything. The name of the place is Goa, India. Okay. Interesting. I just think it's silly, right? If a place is good, just shout it out. You don't need to have it for free. Do something good for once in your life. You're already getting a lot of free shit anyways, probably.
Yeah, no, these travel influencers get crazy with the way that they beg about shit. And it's so normalized for them too. And they like to call it like a collaboration. Like, what collaboration? they're just gonna pay to fly you out somewhere, and then you put them on the Instagram story. That's not a collaboration, really. That isn't. You're just getting free shit for the least amount of return. Only if you'd want to, no pressure at all. Yeah, no shit. If there was pressure, that'd be even crazier. Also, the song is that fucking messy song. Beautiful and poetic. I really like that. I say this a lot, but man, this stuff rocks. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment just from reading this. Imagine being so rich and successful, yet having to ask restaurants to host you on your story. Dude, yeah. Like your Instagram story is just like a begging ground. And then all their posts, all their carousel posts are like, they look like they're constantly in the nicest places in the...
Because they honestly think, like, that's ego, right? They think they deserve something for free because they have high numbers. Because they have big numbers. Big number on screen means I get stuff for free because I am so great and so good and so amazing and I'm everything everyone's not, and like I deserve that no, you don't. No, you don't deserve that attention. Just pay like everyone else. You're not special. You're still human.
Fanciest restaurants, and it's like, no, we had to beg for all of this, actually. Oh, brother, we got another screenshot, and I read it. I'm sorry. We're moving to a new home. All furniture and appliance brands interested to collaborate. Please DM me and send an email. Who wants to collaborate on my new...
See, I have to say this, though. I'm gonna say it. They think they deserve something for free because they're retarded enough to ask and someone is retarded enough to give. Yeah, I think that's the main reason, right? They wouldn't do this if nobody wasn't actually doing it, right? That's like, see, it's like the example with why men send D-pics. It has worked at one point, and now they think it works again. It's the same thing here. These people beg online because it has worked before, because somebody was stupid enough to give it to them. So now they think they can do it all over and over again. Because, somebody might do it again. Yeah.
New house with me. Fucking collaborate is so good. Man, I need to up my game, dude. I really do. Because there's no way these people should be getting free fucking furniture and appliances, and I'm sitting here using a desk I've had for about 8 years. I did buy myself a new chair, though. Didn't get that for free. But goddamn, I gotta start milking this, bro. Jesus. Collaborate. Like, you're basically just saying, hey, does any company interested in just sending me something for free, I could put you on my Instagram story. Just send me...
That's stupid. Got Pokey, you muted yourself? Yes, of course. There are lower levels to that. We didn't expose. They also can go naked and ask for things, and they will get it. So why won't they? Because they should have some dignity. Where's the self-respect? Where's the good education? That's the problem, is that money. It's money. It is money. That's the reason why. It's money. Money stands above all. Dignity, self-respect, anything. That's why these people are begging as well, right? They don't have the dignity or self-respect to just earn it themselves. They must beg online. We still have the clip of my favorite woman on here. I'm waiting for that clip.
A very expensive thing for free, please. Because I'm only as successful as the amount of shit I get for free. Damn, like, what's the point? You bought a house, right? You're an influencer. You got to be making some level of cash. You got a brand new iPhone, right? That's like an appliance right there. That's an appliance worth of money right there. But no, she probably wants the Samsung bespoke panel ready, all that shit, or maybe even a Viking range. Maybe she's going like up there. I don't know. But I think maybe you should just, instead of begging, you should probably just ball within your means. Oh my God, it gets worse. POV.
You only had enough for the down payment. Oh no. No. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Are they actually begging for people to pay their house? No, stop. Stop. Tell you another corner of this problem, we become less social animal and more lone individuals with all the tech we made, so we're losing it. I am actually arguing that the tech isn't even the problem. I'm gonna argue that the tech isn't even the problem. I have another theory. They're pushing more and more individualism. They pushed more and more individualism because it makes it harder for people to fight back against certain things, because everyone's like an individual, everyone's special, everyone's like you know, like everyone matters, and like, right, everyone needs to be like, it's like a version of like a way of separating, because people put themselves above anything else, right? Though we have pushed, like, it's like interesting, right? We're pushing that idea because it separates people, right? We've got individualism so far, we can even separate families from each other. Right? A few years, right? I remember, right? Americans are mostly doing this, where like a kid reaches like the age of 18 and stuff. So like they become an adult and they kick them out. I remember that like when I look at my parents, that wasn't the case like 40 years ago. Right? Now it's like, you hit 18, you gotta get out. That's also happening here. It's like, we jump higher, we'll get, and we have barely other ways to imagine. So everyone tries, and who fails get to beg, I guess. Yeah.
B, you only had enough for the down payment? Should have thought about that. Should have thought about that before you know. There's a lot of other things that go into buying a home. Hashtag adulting. Not really, because you're about to beg on the internet, but okay. Buying your own home isn't a walk in the park, but it'll be worth it, right? Right? Welcoming home-based collaborations and projects right about now. Anyone want to sponsor some furniture and rugs, please? Kitchen stools would be nice too. Oh, you got a running list of shit you want to beg for. Oh, wow. Man, all I'm realizing is I am not going hard enough. I could be getting so much free shit. Welcoming home, like it's their privilege to work with you, which it's really not. Welcoming home-based collaborations and projects right about now.
And there's some company that fell for it. And there's some company that was stupid enough to fall for it. I can guarantee you, there is some company that was stupid enough to fall for this. Guaranteed.
Includes projects. So if any construction company wants to come by and, you know, remodel this bitch, the gall. Love it. We live in a tent, please help us.
That's not a tent. That's already doesn't look like a tent. Maybe I have a different like the classic, right? You put like a begging man in front, and then in the background 3 children. Yeah. Nobody falls for that. Nobody falls for that. There are people falling for it. Like, you can actually tell. See, when I say TikTok users are literal NPCs, at least TikTok Live users are literal NPCs. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. They're literal NPCs. They will just throw money at anything.
Please, thank you, please follow, please follow.
No, dude, let them be kids. Let them go do kid shit. What are you doing? Look, man, if you want to beg...
See, some put their dogs in the prop in the background and shock them. And will some of them put their kids into the background? I hope this man doesn't shock them if should they move. That's all I'm saying.
On the app by yourself, and like maybe you really need the help or whatever it is, sure, 100% I get it. But you're getting the kids to just stand here? That's not good. I don't know, let them be kids. if it's true that you are in like a really tough place and like you really need this like money and stuff, why are you making it even tougher for the kids by making them sit here and literally repeat? This is a loop. Listen to this.
Thank you. Please follow. Please follow.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm saying get the kids out of there, please and thank you. Whew. That one left a bad taste in my mouth. Okay, I want something funny again. Okay. So the story behind this guy.
That guy I've also never seen. Well, let those cute things have a happy childhood when you can pump some coins from them. Yep. That is the reality. It gets just worse. The more you go down the pipeline of especially child influencers as well, it's just so horrible. I failed so many times. I pressed the unfollow, lost. It's just like right. I think one of the bigger examples are like girls like Piper Raquel or Ryan's World, right? Well, the parents just abuse the child for money to the point where they even start OnlyFans. Crazy.
Is he essentially just drives around and like is on TikTok live traveling, and he's funding his vacations and his, what you'll see, he's doing a lot of gambling with the TikTok lives. But I guess he doesn't like make a lot of content around it. He just like pops on live to beg and then carry on with his day.
$1 a day minimum. So yeah, but I'm thinking like here we are, we're in Vegas, we're in LA now, we'll be here a couple days, we'll stream in LA for a couple days at least, then maybe we go somewhere else if you guys are interested, and I'm breaking even. Like, I'm not trying to
When he says if you guys are interested, he means like if you guys can get me there. If you guys can give me enough money to get there.
I'm breaking even. Like, I'm not trying to profit out here. I'm just trying to break even as close as possible. So, yeah, if you guys can help support on the TikTok, you know, we ain't doing no battles and shit, so.
That's his save. It's we're not doing any battles or anything. If you don't know what a TikTok live battle is, it's where two people sit in front of their camera and go.
Yeah, they sit in the front of the camera, they yap, and like their communities battle each other on who spends more money. Yes. People are this stupid. When you tell me people are broke nowadays and they don't have enough money, I am questioning shit. Why they don't have money. But yeah, that's the case, right? They basically battle each other. Who spends more money?
Go, gifts, send me a rose, galaxy. And it's usually two grown men side by side. And it's whoever gets the most donations wins the battle.
Yeah, I don't know. But if it don't rain, we'll do like Laguna Beach, Santa Monica Pier, Calabasas, maybe the Grove, Huntington Beach. I don't know. We're winging it. Let's go down, we're winging it. So if you enjoy this, please support it with gifts that add up to something. We're talking like...
He looks like he's taking stuff, but that's just me. Yeah, I mostly hate beggars when they're saying, I'm not trying to ask for money, I just like the idea. I'll have a way to... Yeah. Although I'm ruthless to beggars, I'm trolling them. See, there's like obviously these beggars, but there's even IRL beggars who are not actually beggars, they're more like part of a bigger system, and people fall for that. This is why I'm not giving somebody who begs on the street money. Reason being, I don't know, are they genuinely in need? Right? Are they genuinely in need? It's also like, are they going to spend the money for something useful? It's also, is there somebody behind them and actually collects the money? That's why I'm not giving homeless people money, because I know for a fact that if I do, they're either going to spend it on something that they are not supposed to, right? Or it's not for them. They're going to give it to somebody else. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Especially like here in Germany, where there are technically, you don't have to be homeless. Fun fact. You can we have homeless people, but you technically can't be homeless in Germany. The problem is that these people don't go there and ask for help. Because they don't want to.
Oh, dude, the slight diss. It's like, yeah, if you want to support me, send me money. I'm talking real shit. You know, it's got to add up to something. None of this, like, none of these roses or hearts or anything. No, we want to see galaxies. We want to see galaxies.
We're talking like 500 points and up. Really adds up to something. And yeah, hit the follow, drop a heart me, tap the screen.
So, what is 500 points on TikTok Live? 500 coins cost approximately 665 USD. So if you don't send them at least 665, what the fuck are you even doing there, kind of thing? I want $6.65. If not, get out of here. No, you are not going to help me break even while I'm in Vegas. I'm here for you guys. You know, you guys wanted me to come here, clearly. So people are supposed to pay for your vacation? What the hell? It's not a vacation. Him on his phone in the vehicle is his job. Yes, they do. And all he does is sit in his car and beg and be very rude to the chat. Imagine working all day, then your wife or girlfriend gets him a universe.
At that point, that's cheating. At that point, that's breakup worthy, because like a universe is like really expensive. That's like a lot of money. Still, that's like at that point, that's cheating. That's a reason for a breakup right there. That's a reason for a breakup.
Why are you imagine being TikTok live cucked?
That's what I'm like saying. When you're imagining being financially cucked, that definitely somebody's definitely into findom. Especially, right? This is basically just findom, isn't it? What money? Make a good deal. Sell me something. I don't know. Something I want. I don't know. What money go work exactly, and never give to kids beggars in India. You might die. Once you'll feet one hand, there will be thousands more chasing you. True. That is true.
Oh, Reddit is such a stupid place, bro. Imagine working your ass off all day and then your wife's at home sending a universe to this guy. I love that. Oh, cool. We got another very classic clip right here. This is Invader V.
Yes, this is Invader V. Yes, she's the one that is the clip that I've been waiting for. One of the, it's not the worst clip. There's one clip that's significantly worse, but this one is still pretty bad. Again, e-girl, OnlyFans, Twitch thought. You get the idea. But yeah, this one's really bad too. This one's really horrendous.
Invader V, I don't even know how to say her name. But she essentially just tells you like, hey, if you're able to watch Twitch, you can pay me. You know, if you have the time to watch Twitch, you have the time to pay me. Because if you don't have the money to pay me, then you shouldn't even be watching Twitch. Get off your ass at work.
It doesn't really matter how much money you make or how much money you have.
See, it already starts off so hot. This is such a legendary clip, dude. It doesn't matter how much money you make, how much money you have. It should all be going to me, your queen.
That's really the thing, because I'm not asking you for a large financial contribution. If it cost $20 to sub, $20 is quite a bit of money. $20 is you can get a full meal for $20. And the difference of $20 and...
Well, nowadays, not really. $20 gets you like a carrot. And maybe a slice of bread. And maybe like 0.25 liters of water.
Eating a meal is in that $20. Like, that's where it is. But a sub is $5.
Right, so instead of eating a full meal, eat a 75% of a meal and then give me the other $5. Simple as that. You guys are fucking idiots. And this is why you're still poor and broke and why you can't afford to pay me. Just give me what you have.
At maximum, in whatever your currency is, it's maybe $10. And it doesn't matter how broke you are. If you have time to watch Twitch, you have $10, truly.
She doesn't have big enough boobs to ask for this. She's too flat for us to ask for this much money. I'm sorry. That's the truth. That's crazy, Cricket. That is not. She's not attractive enough to demand this.
And this is where she starts the diss. She's like, well, obviously, if you're watching Twitch, you must have $10 to give me. Because we all know that if you're watching Twitch and you don't have $10, You should be working instead, you lazy fuck.
If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. You should be trying to earn money. It's not a ton. It's not like a ton of money. So being
That is a horrible. That is a horrible one. That is just a see. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. See, she only wants you to go out and work to make money so you can give her money. Remember that. She's not thinking of your interest, right? She's not thinking of like, oh, you don't have enough money, so you should probably be working if you can't give me money. Like, right? She's like, you should be working so you can give me your money. Yeah.
like, I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy.
Why does she smile and pronounce money this way, right? She's like, money? Like, why? Imagine a girl like, give me $20, and you look at them like, I don't think so. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that little laugh at the end. Oh, it always bothers me when these people complain about not getting subs or donations or whatever, because it's like, that's on you.
It's like, you have to realize she's sitting there begging, looking like a whore, begging for money, and she's not doing anything. She's not contributing any interesting conversation. She's not making any meaningful content. She's not like doing anything, right? She's just sitting there looking pretty and asking for more money. She's not doing anything, right? She's just sitting there. So it's no surprise if you're not getting the support that you want. If you want support, if you want people to help contribute to you, you got to do something that's worth contributing to. It's just so stupid.
Like, the whole point, right, of like creating content on these apps and platforms is that you do it for free for people to enjoy, and they can give you the money if they want. And what tends to happen is if you make better content, they're more likely to pay for it or feel more inclined to support you in some way. So if you're not making money,
well, she probably has. See, she's getting paid somewhere else on a different platform. If you know, you know. She's getting money on somewhere else. The content is on a different platform, quote unquote content.
That's your fault. How about instead of sitting here begging on a pile of fucking plushies, why don't you do something else, you know? And I know it's funny coming from a person who just makes like shitty like React content or whatever, but you guys at least
real. True. I feel called out. Real.
Enjoy it. Oh, dude, the talking down. Just, what you really mean to say is that you're irresponsible financially. Oh God. I need to run that back.
I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy. That's what that. It doesn't.
Oh, genuinely like one of the hardest watches of all time. So crazy. So crazy, man. Oh, this is one of the oldest tricks in the book. So this guy like doesn't get any subs or donos, so he decides, I'm just gonna sit here and not do anything until one of you guys subs. Like that's
like a toddler. Like a toddler. I'm gonna sit down here until you buy me something. Like, right? You can count that sometimes where like a mother goes into like a supermarket with her kiddo, and then like the kiddo sees something, so it throws a tantrum, sits down on the floor until it gets it, and eventually the mother gives in because, well, why do you want to deal with that? Why do you want to do proper parenting? Yeah,
it's gonna make somebody subscribe.
I start my stream AU friendly. I've been streaming for 20 minutes and I still didn't get one subscriber. I am not
French? Anyways, surrender right now.
moving or talking till I get my very first subscriber of the day. Thank you.
Oh my God, come on, dude. Dude, the French accent just sends it for me.
I start my stream AU friendly. I've been streaming for 20 minutes and I still didn't get one subscriber.
One subscriber.
One subscriber minute. Yeah, the French, a classic. Well, at least he's not a French whore on Twitter, virtue signaling about war in a place in Iran, specifically, right? Because we had that one in the VTubing scene suddenly. Weird timing. Weird timing when these people start to virtue signal. I'm gonna be real. Weird timing.
20 minutes too, bro? Like, just relax. Going on strike while self-employed is taking being French to the next level. Alright, we'll just end this off.
True. He surrendered to himself at this point. Classic.
With a classic. Everybody remembers Jason Nash's begging era. So let's just let's let this run. By the way, two like grown ass men. Not even just two dudes. No, these are two.
Well, he technically, why is he begging? He has enough money to get all these tattoos, so it can't be that big of a deal.
Grown ass men having a TikTok battle right now. And notice how they just sit there and beg.
I got 700 people in here. I only got 300 points. Well, what is this? I didn't risk my life in David's vlogs to sit here with 300 goddamn points. Let's fucking go! Show up or grow up! Come on!
Man. And they just sit there.
At least he's trying to deliver a motivational speech so you donate him money. At least he's doing that. Doesn't mean much, but he's doing it.
Hey, play! Use the fucking double! Shit, guys! This is a fucking embarrassment. This is a fucking embarrassment. I got 900 people in here.
Dude, you're getting smoked. This dude's killing you. Jesus. 4,000 points? Bro, pack it up. Also, isn't that like $40? Dude, you're sitting here selling out in your kitchen for $40? I don't know. I'd rather have my ass out on the street than do this for $40. No way, bro.
Entertain you.
Yeah, because if you do it out on the street, at least it's like private. If you do it here, it's gonna get recorded, screenshotted, and it's over.
Your whole fucking childhood, and you can't fucking give me more than 4,800 points. Let's go! Go! Come on, play!
Bro, and like, this dude could just sit there and eat. He's just sitting there eating and probably just going, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the rose. Yeah, thanks. And they're just...
Did you hear the sad news? Johnny Somali died. Oh no. Anyways.
Giving him money so that he could beat Jason Nash. Oh, such a wild place. Anyways, guys, that's where I'm going to end today's video. Really hope you enjoyed it. What was your favorite? I really liked the idea of that one woman collabing with appliance brands. Collab on my new home with me. That's probably my favorite thing I saw all day. Yeah. But what was your favorite? Let me know.
My favorite was the Invader V one. The Invader V one is just so infamous and great. There's another one that's just as bad, which was a lady complaining about not getting $5 as well, right? And crashing out about it. But yeah, I think Invader V is probably my favorite. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. America, F yeah. No way Johnny decided to die on the same day as... I'm crying right now of joy. Nah, I think he doesn't deserve to die, but he definitely deserves jail 100%. We're not that unhinged. Okay, guys, I'm going to visit my older brother now. Yeah, because he's been... You could basically, what he's doing at this point, classify as self-harm at this point. That's how crazy it is. Pretty much what he's doing. So yeah. Have a good day. Or night. Don't goon or gump. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do a Let's Go Eevee as usual. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. And, what was it? Monster Stories? Monster Stories. Yeah. So yeah. Take care, guys. Bye bye. Farewell.